right, what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! My God!
Hey everybody, how we all doing? You know what time it is. It's time for Legal Vices. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, however good it feels, how many times you plan on doing it, and why you're even doing it in the first place. Whatever those answers are, I'm glad you're here with me. Today is the afternoon of day 9 and the morning of day 10 of the YNW Melly murder trial. We'll be catching up on that, but first, as always, we need to do our cocktail of the day. That's what we're doing. Today's cocktail, wow. This comes from the Army Navy Club in Manila. It was developed in the early 1920s, 30s, and that should just tell you a little bit about what's going to be going into this. It was developed in the Philippines at an Army Navy Club. And today's cocktail is called the Adios Amigos. And there's a reason for it. You start out with 1 ounce of fresh squeezed lemon juice. Pour that straight into your ice-filled shaker. Then you're going to want to go with 1 ounce of French vermouth, a dry vermouth. I always use Lille Blanc rather than vermouth. And then you want to use 1 ounce of cognac. So stick 1 ounce of cognac in there. Then you want to go 2 ounces of Bacardi. So give yourself 2 ounces of Bacardi. And then finally, at the end, you want 1 ounce of gin. Add that 1 ounce of gin. And then you're going to want to shake it. Shake it really well. So boom. Add your top of the shaker. One of these days, I'm going to screw up. Shake it well, get it really cold. Open it back up and strain into a flat-bottomed champagne glass. And you'll see why I didn't double this recipe. Fits perfectly right in the glass. And then when you're done with that, just garnish it with a slice of freshly sliced lemon. And spill a little bit. Ooh, that's smooth. Yeah, that's kind of the precursor, perhaps, to the Long Island iced tea, because it's got everything in it. It tastes very Long Island iced tea-ish. But woo, yeah, there's no way we're doubling that one because I want to finish the show. And speaking of things that you don't want to double, but is necessary to finish the show, it's our one and only very favorite guy, Aussie Overlord.
G'day, peeps. How are we doing today?
Hi. Oh, you sound subdued.
Well, it's 10 o'clock. I had a very long day at work with plenty of clients that decided to drive me up the wall. But, you know, it was a good day. Very productive day. So.
Well, you're not going to grace us with your handsome mug today?
I kind of figured that the 3D generated, well, the AI generated image of Crocodile Dundee as a gangster may be a little bit more intriguing than my
Never.
Face, okay, hang on.
Never. We love our Aussie Overlord.
There he is.
There we are. And you're wearing a Jurassic Park shirt, so extra bonus points to you for coolness.
Yeah, I try.
Jurassic Park. Alrighty, yeah. Are we ready for another day of this?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, well, summer's here. We've got the summer Cuban Panama-ish hat on, you know, whatever you want to call it. Some call it a Panama hat, some call it a Cuban hat, but I've got to restart you. We need some hat Viagra. It's just been sitting there all winter and it's gotten soft and floppy. So we need some starch. We need to starch it up with some hat Viagra. All right. Well, as long as we're here right at the beginning, Ozzy, tell us, for those 3 or 4 people that are here that don't know who you are and what you're all about, give us the Ozzy Overlord lowdown.
Oh, guys, for anyone that doesn't know me, I'm Hayden Glaister, the managing partner of a small law firm out in Western Melbourne. I do a little show called Law News and Laughter. Have not done so for the last 3 days. I feel pretty bad about that, not going to lie. The 24-hour stream that I did last weekend took a little bit more out of me than I expected, and let's face it, the job kind of adds a little bit extra. It's that time of year, coming towards the end of financial year, so for us Aussies, there's always a heck of a lot to do. But look, new on the cards, as I was discussing with Vices a little bit earlier, I'm starting to thinking of adding an extra show to the rotation once a month. I'm yet to decide exactly what I'm going to call it, but basically what I'm thinking, guys, is pulling a panel together of a bunch of dads from the YouTube community. And basically putting together our thoughts and experiences of the things that we sort of wish that we had known when we first had kids, the things that caught us out, the things that may have involved some what the hell were we thinking moments. But keep an eye out for that, guys. We are... Wait, what's that? I work in medical. I like saying that's not a needle, this is a needle, as I pull out the turkey needle. The Dad Bods podcast, not quite. Not so much. I was thinking,
I thought of that, but I didn't say it. Some things you think, but you shouldn't say out loud.
Oh, I'm fairly confident I don't have a dad bod. But I'm okay. Who needs a six-pack when you got a keg?
You know? Yeah, pretty much. I'm just fat. I call it a dad bod, though. For fat people. For fat dads. Well...
Where's my hat? My hats are all displayed on my wall now. I'm very much looking forward to the trip in August because I have every intention of picking up the Crocodile Dundee hat, and that will make regular appearances. So
awesome. Well, everybody get on over to Hayden's Aussie Overlord channel and make sure you subscribe to him. And while you're at it, subscribe to me if you haven't already done so. We got 229 of you here now and 129. So exactly 100 of you haven't done your job. Pop on in there, pop on down there, hit the like button. It takes literally no time at all. Well, I mean, not like literally no time at all. I mean, Stephen Hawking would argue that it does take at least a measurable quantity of time, but not much. And all right, I've already spazzed out today. Let's see. And then hit the subscribe button. Make sure you subscribe to Aussie Overlord and take our poll today. Today's poll, I don't know. It's hit or miss, sort of, kind of like bullets. Hit the like and subscribe button and vote on today's trial theme song. Let the bodies hit the floor, or wasn't me. Or shots, or I am an innocent man. Those are your choices for today. Those are your song choices. And we'll just leave it at there. Well, we're gonna get into this. Flux had to restart YouTube. She can hear now. All right, that's cool. Right, so we're ready to go. We've got to pick up where we left off. You bailed a little bit early. We had the super secret undercover ninja detective guy who wrapped up his testimony. Thank heavens for that. Were you here for the wrapping up of the testimony?
I think I zonked out just in time to miss that.
Flux loves me for some reason. I love you too, Flux. So he wrapped up his testimony. And apparently what we all walked away from is he's starting to hedge his bets. He previously gave his statement when he was being questioned, I think in February, that he definitely knew Melly was a blood. And then he was started using phrases like apparently or appears to be or seems to be, and he was called out for hedging his bets. Yeah, and so he was forced to say, well, I withdraw my apparently statements. And so he had to stick by his guns. But the main takeaway there was it's probably his phone. It's probably the defendant's phone. And he may have been a poser for the gangs. And the defense lawyer did an amazing job of walking through all these going, okay, he disrespected them here. He didn't talk to them for a million years. Then they came over here and then they wanted to do this and he didn't back them up. People wanted to launch his career. He didn't do anything. He's talking about his Crips in one. Were you here for the Crip message?
Yes.
Yeah, when he's talking about the drugs, and he goes, yeah, I got drugs from my Crip brothers. And people are like, So that was the question. They was being called out by the defense saying he wasn't really a blood now, was he? And of course, we all walked away going, who the fuck cares if he's a blood or not? Did he kill these people? That's all we want to know. And that question was most definitely not answered. And on redirect was essentially the prosecution going, yeah, he didn't answer the text messages, but they have phone calls too, right? Do you have phone records? If we did, they might possibly show something. And he's like, well, yeah, and there might be aliens too. That's literally what the defense lawyer said. The guy was saying, well, there could be phone calls. He said, yeah, so that's speculation, isn't it? Yeah, but he said, yeah, it could be aliens too, couldn't it? But you don't have a single provable fact right now that shows that this was actually done. No. So win for the defense yesterday. And then they put this really weird, twitchy, creepy doctor on. And she's where we're going to pick up today with, she was an odd duck. Right. She hasn't really started. She's Miss Photograph. So they argued the last 15 minutes about what photographs would be entered into evidence and what wouldn't. The judge says, I don't want horribly gruesome things in. She's like, well, we got to put the picture of this guy that had his face blown off by a bullet so that we can identify him. He's like, the judge is like, well, I think there's probably other ways of identifying the victim. So, even without the objections of the defense, he was like, yeah, we don't need to show someone that with a bullet to the face to prove identity. So he made them whittle it down quite a bit. Yeah. And that's kind of where we're going to pick it up today. So we're doing good. Chandler will join us when she wakes up. She's guessing about an hour late. Okay. Seeing if we got anything else to take care of. No, other than just to have another drink. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't double this one. Oof. They could use a little syrup. Maybe. Yeah, I could use a little simple syrup in there just to kind of sweeten it. But we don't care about that. That's just me being a cocktail snob. All right, we've got the video up. We've got the like and subscribe poll up. We've got people filtering in. So I think we're ready to go. Super chat rules, as always, not required, but always graciously accepted, acknowledged. Your super chats guarantee that you get your comment read, regardless of whether it's a small amount or a ginormous amount. It's all your hard-earned money that you're parting with. So the least I can do is do you the favor of making sure and guaranteeing that I read and respond to every super chat that comes in, and we'll do our best with the other chats as the night goes by. Cut Cage and Dog Achievements are online today, ready to go, and that's it. Let's bring this bad boy up, and let's start with afternoon of yesterday at 1.25 speed. I'm digging this here so I can make better. Sorry, folks, we have no closed captions for this yet. Closed captions are weird with YouTube. Once they finish the live, they're live, and then once they finish the live streams, it can take up to 24 hours for or a little more even for the closed captions to regenerate. So
yeah, which is really weird. It's sort of why one of the creator things that they suggest to us creators is take the time afterwards to go through and type out your own captions. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Nope. Which is also why after a live stream, it takes anywhere from a few minutes to several hours for the chat to come back up. For some reason, they dick around with it. Uh-oh. We've got dueling cocktails here. Lincoln Cocktail bringing the heat straight from the beginning with no comment. Well, I have a comment just before we get started. We're only 15 minutes late getting started, but wasn't expecting it. But, as always, I was a Boy Scout, so I came prepared. For those of you that are wondering, we christened a new cocktail. So, hey, my guy that clips all my cocktail things, we got a twofer today. All right, we worked this one out a little while ago. Basic, sweet, and to the point. We're going to have dueling cocktails going here. This is the Lincoln Cane. Today's number 2 cocktail. Today's cocktail is the Lincoln Cane. Take a good chunk of ice. To that, add like half of a lime juice, like half an ounce of lime juice. Then add 2 ounces of the Old Smoky Tennessee Salty Caramel Whiskey. Drop in 2 ounces of that. mix it up, and then top it off with some Dr. Pepper. Boom, and there you have the cocktail we created in honor of Lincoln Kane, the Lincoln Kane. Cheers. Thank you, Lincoln. It's really good. I didn't expect
I can't do Dr. Pepper for some reason. I think because I never grew up with it. It's sort of an acquired taste for me now.
Well,
But,
this is the salty caramel whiskey just makes it taste even more caramelly. So you have like more of the caramel flavor, more saltiness, and it's just really good. And then the lime cuts through and makes a little pop out of it. So that is the Lincoln Kane cocktail, one that everybody can do. Just get your hands on some old smoky Tennessee salty caramel whiskey, some Dr. Pepper, and a lime. All right, now I promise. Thank you so much for that, Lincoln. You've set a high bar for the Vice Racks of the day. And Yoda is hyperventilating in the corner, just waiting for the chance to make his debut on the stage. All right. The jury is coming in for the afternoon session yesterday.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of...
Wait, I saw something about tits. Where do we go? Impish Ainu. Okay, dumb though, but I hate just sitting still sweating for no reason. My tits too. Okay, I'm so happy I read this one. Gets uncomfortable. Your wife would understand.
Rebecca McDougall.
This is a really good cocktail.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You raise your right hand before.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
My name is Rebecca McDougall, MacTougall.
Madam, you're all set?
Yes, we went through all of the face diapers, the all the mask things. She appears to have an extra filter there because that's like something is weighing that mask down. She said she had COVID like 10 days ago or something, which prompted the defense lawyer to promptly walk back across the courtroom away from her. And so she's left there with this mask that is literally covering nothing as the sides are bulging wide open. Plus, add to that her little twitchy, ticky things. And, we're going to be in for an interesting show, I believe.
Proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well. Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, my name is Rebecca McDougall.
And where do you work?
I work at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office.
What is your title at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner,
How long have you been the Chief Medical Examiner?
right at 2 years.
Okay, so June of 2021?
June of 21, I was interim. July of 2021, it was official.
Okay, with your permission, Doctor, you can do the math because I'm not good at it, so please don't make me do any more.
2 years.
Okay, thank you. Prior to being the Chief Medical Examiner, what other positions have you held at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office?
So in 2010, I was a fellow.
She's,
is your
okay,
last
that joke was too
year
easy.
Don't
Never
make the
mind.
joke. Don't make the
I'm
joke.
not gonna do it. It was too easy.
From July 1st of 2010.
It's low-hanging
to
fruit,
June
literally.
30th of
It was.
2011.
It was
I
too
stayed
easy.
at Broward County
I stopped myself.
from July 1st of 2011 until November of 2015 as an associate medical examiner.
How does Lincoln
I went up to
Kane
Palm Beach
taste?
County.
Wet, juicy, and
And I was an
salty.
associate medical examiner in Palm Beach County for 18 months. And I came back to Broward in 2017. And I've been an associate there until June of 2021. So 13 years as a forensic pathologist, 2 years as chief.
So have you worked at any other medical examiner's offices as well on a temporary basis?
Yes, so when I was an associate medical examiner, I did locum tenens, so you go for a long weekend and help in other districts in Florida that are short-staffed. So I did that in Volusia County, and I did it in Pinellas, Pasco County.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does a forensic pathologist do?
I can. We are charged with determining cause and manner of death in cases that come under the jurisdiction of our office based on Florida statute and administrative code.
And what is the jurisdiction of the office that you currently work for as the chief medical examiner?
District 17, Broward County.
You mentioned that you determine cause and manner of death. What does that mean?
That's correct. So cause of death is the initiating event that leads to death.
So the event that caused the death is what you're saying.
Fibrosis, diabetes mellitus, if somebody falls off a ladder.
Oh yes, we decided she looked like Carrie's mom, and I said I'm turning it off if I hear anything about dirty pillows.
So that would be cause.
That's cause.
So what is a manner of death?
So manner of death, there are 5. Okay, there's natural, cystic fibrosis, diabetes, heart disease, accident, fall off.
It's a Lincoln Cane raid.
Motor vehicle, collision, suicide, which is when a person takes their own life.
Nobody asked that, and we all know what it means.
Homicide, which to the forensic pathologist is death at the hands of
I'm not quite sure why she needs to go
another.
into this sort of detail.
And
I mean, the
sometimes,
question itself was pretty
No matter
inane.
how many medical records we review, how many tests we do at the autopsy, we do not have a clear cause or manner of death. And in those cases, they're best classified as undetermined.
And in terms of how do you do that, determining cause and manner of death?
You do an autopsy.
Could you define that for the
I
jury?
can, so means to look within.
Okay, if
So
you don't
it's
know
an
what an autopsy is, you
examination
shouldn't be on the jury.
After somebody passes away to determine what caused their death. So you examine all the organs, any injuries they might have, medical records if they're available, if they're needed.
Well, see, I agree.
Because
You can possibly
toxicology
turn the
testing,
jury off, and they'll think you're trying to
microbiology
insult them when you're
testing,
asking what does
cultures,
suicide mean, what's an autopsy. You have to give them the benefit of being at least
It
semi-smart.
depends on the circumstances surrounding the death, decides which path we take on what tests need to be done at the time of the autopsy.
Okay, so Dr. tell us
Theoretically, if
a
you
little
don't know
bit
what an
about
autopsy is, you
what
should have been
training
excused from the
education
jury
you
for
had
below
to
average
become
IQ.
the chief medical examiner for Broward County.
So I did my undergraduate degree in biology at the University of Texas. I went to medical school.
Right after the
which is
fall
another
of the
4
Alamo.
years, at the Health Science Center in Houston, Texas. That was also University of Texas. I did a 4-year anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas, and then finished it with my 1-year fellowship in Broward County.
And in terms of exposure to cadavers or dead bodies during your medical school years, how often do you deal with that?
So the first 18 weeks of medical school is gross anatomy. So back when I was there, we still worked with cadavers. So we
It's
had
ma'am.
4 people on one body that we, did all of our own dissections.
Okay, you also talked about your 4 years in anatomic and clinical residency.
Correct.
And what would you do during that?
Well, for that you do everything, right? In Lubbock, we were lucky that I actually got to do 6 months of forensics. So I got to spend 6 months at the medical examiner's office in Lubbock. But we also learned clinical pathology, which is how the labs work, blood banking, hematology, all of the clinical chemistry. And then anatomic pathology is.
Oh my God, I didn't
the
put us at
study of
1.25
disease
speed.
in
I
a
almost killed us,
hospital
sorry.
setting. So any appendix, any uterus, any prostate, any cancer.
Notice how
all
no one
come
like
to
even
you
questioned it just
in
because
the
of how
pathology lab
small
at the
the orphan is.
hospital, and you then diagnose and stage the cancers or the appendicitis or fallopian tubes, anything that comes out of an operating room travels through the pathology department at that hospital.
And did you work as a pathology assistant as well?
I did.
And what did that entail?
So during my residency, I would, so it's called grossing in pathology specimens at the private hospital in Lubbock.
Do you teach in the areas of forensic
Right.
pathology?
Did you pass the tests? Do you have a license? Have you ever
So,
seen a
we
dead
have
body? Okay.
Public defender attorneys, we have state attorneys, we have private attorneys, law enforcement, medical students, EMTs, nurses, nurse practitioners all will come through our office For COVID, they didn't, but we're starting that up again. So they can learn about disease, the natural disease process, and also, autopsies.
Do you participate in any boards or panels such as the Child Death Review in Bexar County?
I do. I do the child death review, which means once.
Yeah, we'll skip ahead a few minutes to see if we can get through her stupid
I
qualifications.
do the opioid death review once a month. One of the cases, and our fellow Dr. Sauter took the other case, the companion case in this case. So I did the autopsy on Mr. Williams.
So Richard,
Suggestion.
Identity.
Thank you. Suggestion, I'll go over, proceed.
okay, so you said you performed the autopsy on an individual who later became known to as Anthony Williams.
That's correct.
So you talked about the fellowship and that you said was the last year training.
That's correct.
In terms of what is your role in supervising the fellow?
Oh, so the fellow supervising
there
the
are
fellow.
5 associate medical examiners in my office and 1 deputy chief medical examiner. So when the fellow is on service with you, it is your responsibility to be there. July and August, you're real close, right? Because they're just starting. They've done probably 50 autopsies in their residency. So the first month or 2, you're right there by them. But as they
Yes, Phoebe. Clearly, she's a medical expert. She's wearing a medical
that they know
mask.
what they're doing, then they will do their autopsies and come to you if they have any questions. You're also responsible for reviewing their report before it's signed out.
So in this case, with regards to the autopsy of Anthony Williams, were there photographs that were taken?
There were.
Would those photographs help explain and illustrate to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the process and how that is undertaken?
They were.
So you're showing what's been previously shown to the defense counsel as marked as stage Z for identification purposes only. Dr. McDougall, did you have an opportunity to look through those photos?
I did.
Coming in court?
I did.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy of one Anthony Williams on October 26th of 2018?
They do.
Do they reflect the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office case number that was assigned?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to move to case Z in estate 73.
Any objection not previously raised?
Not previously raised, no.
Any objection, they'll be introduced. Go move.
Now here composite 23 photos and 1
So
USC.
Anthony Williams is Sack Chaser, by the way. This is Sack Chaser's
I'm sorry.
autopsy.
So, Doctor, before we get into the actual photos, can you explain what a scene visit is?
I can.
Oh, I'm going to guess it's where you visit the scene.
The medical examiner by statute and administrative code has jurisdiction over a body. Okay, so when a decedent passes away on the scene, the medical examiner or the investigator will go to that scene. These individuals were transported to the hospital. They died at the hospital. So therefore, at the time of the examination, there was no scene to visit.
Okay, so I'm gonna go forward, and how do you receive the body of Mr. Williams?
So when the body leaves
The
the
corners of
hospital,
her mask are
it
not
actually, the
attached.
2 zippers in the
I'm
bag
thinking
get
she just
sealed
has
to
like
them.
a high,
It
like
comes to
a
our
serious,
office,
like
and this is
industrial
actually the
strength
same
filter
morning,
with
so
just a mask velcroed on over it.
This individual came straight
taped
into our
over.
office.
There's definitely
and then
something
probably
weird
within an
going
hour
on
she
there, whether
was
it's-
ready to be examined. So the bag is sealed at the hospital, comes to our office. The very first photograph we take is a photograph of that seal, so we can show that it's still intact, and it must be broken by the medical examiner on duty.
And did you receive it from the body of Mr. Williams in this way?
I did.
Okay, what in the picture that we're looking at, which is, I believe, photo number 2 is numbered for the purposes of the record. What is this?
Sorry, I've got to stop and disagree with Leafy Fifi Foo here. See, if you look, if she was double masked, the corners of her mask would still be attached to the string. There's only one set of string that goes around. And I think she has an air filter on, and she has just taped this mask over the outside of it because there's no strings coming from the corners of this mask on either side. So I'm thinking it's like under like a painter's air filter or a medical air filter of something she's keeping over her nose or mouth, and then she's just taped this over the top of it. But that's just my opinion. So anyway.
Picture show.
So this is one end of the body bag with the 2 zippers in place with the red seal.
It's stupid
between
either
them,
way, Greg. You're right.
Still intact. That case number 183118. So that is the 3,118th case for medical exam in the year 2018. That is a unique identifying number for this case and will be in every photograph that is taken for this examination.
For the purposes of orientation,
Yes.
the letter, the top of the A, in almost each photograph, what direction does it point towards?
So the letter should point towards the head. Okay, so every photograph that we see, the case number, to look at it properly, the head should be above the number when you're looking at it the right way.
So prior to opening the bag, is there a scan or some sort of x-ray that's done?
So Broward County is lucky enough to have what's called a LODOX. It's low radiation full body x-ray. So every single case that comes into our office gets both an AP, which is a front to back, and a lateral, which is from the side, x-ray. So we have those.
Okay, so you said AP. I know you know what that means, but if you could describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
So anterior and posterior, so the beam of the radiation is going through. So when you look at the body, it's the way you would see a body. Then we do one that's a lateral, where the beam goes through the side of the body, so we get the side. That allows us, especially if we're looking for foreign objects in a body, if I only have a picture front to back, I can tell about where it is, front to back, but where is it? Is it right up here, or is it closer to the back of the body? So we have a lateral x-ray that we take. So I can see where in space, in 2D, not as good as 3D, right? But I get a 2D orientation of where that foreign object might be.
Okay. In terms of when you're describing your findings, do you do them in anatomical position?
Yes,
And can you describe what that is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I can. Can I show you?
Please, if that would help.
Well, please do.
So anatomic position, where's my water, is with your hands out like this, palmar surface forward, just like this.
When you are describing your findings in anatomical position, are you in any way suggesting that was the position the body was in when any injuries or defects were inflicted upon it?
I am not.
To go back, before we go into the photos of the autopsy itself, could you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do during an autopsy?
Sure. So the first thing that the pathologist will do is break that seal. Okay, that seal is broken, the bag is opened, and we take what we call overall photographs.
Ooh, that's some Johnny
These are photographs
Cochran
that are
level
taken
shit there.
before
If
we
the
do
seal is
anything to
broken, the
Before
bag
we
is
move the
open.
body, before we clean the body, we take photographs so we can see it as is. Once that is done, then we'll take the body out of the body bag. We will look for any identifying features, so scars, tattoos, defects. We take pictures of the hands as they are. Once we're satisfied with those photographs, then we will clean the body. And once the body is cleaned, then we will take overall photographs again with the body cleaned. Then we will take both an orientation shot and a close-up shot of any defects, scars, or identifying marks.
Okay, so after you've done, it sounds like an external examination, is there another part of the autopsy procedure?
So then we do the internal examination.
Okay, and when you're doing the internal examination, what do you do?
So we're looking for any kind of injury, disease, anything that's abnormal, right? Also want to look at what is normal. So we look at all of the organs, weigh all the organs, and complete our exam.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to what was labeled, in the photos labeled as photo 1. And so if we can describe what we are looking at here on photo 1. I'm gonna.
So this is the AP, or anterior posterior, full body x-ray. That was taken before the bag was opened.
So in terms of the different colors and things that we are looking at in this, what do you see that is medically significant?
So I'm not a radiologist.
Right.
What I will tell you is that this is a projectile,
What is this?
and there are projectile fragments in the head. This is dental restorations.
In terms of any of the other things on this that are,
These are all buttons, I think, from a hospital gown.
Okay.
So it's just artifact from the clothing that he's wearing.
so going on to the next photo here. I'm just gonna zoom in just a little bit. What is this picture showing?
So this is one of our overall photographs that we take once the body has been cleaned. What you can see in this photograph is what later becomes known as an entrance gunshot wound, a defect, a circular defect to the middle of the chest.
And that was for the purposes of what we were looking at in the photograph number 3. Okay. Going on to photo number 4. What is the purpose of this photograph?
So this is our, what we call our, it's called a headshot. It's our identification shot. It's a picture of the decedent's face, also with a number. So this 18-3118, this is the big number. You saw
Yeah, that's the picture they wanted to show.
Body bag. That's the unique identifying number for this case that came to our office.
God, I hope not
In
floats.
terms of the way that you label or determine gunshots or entrances or exits, is there a specific pattern you follow?
Every pathologist does it differently. I like to start at the top of the head and go down, and then we turn them over on their back, and then we start at the top of the head again and go down. So it's an
Starts with the head,
arbitrary
works the way down, then flips them over.
system dependent on the
You might be right,
pathologist on
Flux.
how they want to organize, the number of defects that they have in their case.
Are you assigning a specific order based on the labels that you use?
I'm not, head to toe.
Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
So these are the pictures of the hands cleaned up. We take dirty pictures of the hands and then we take clean pictures of the hands. We document the hands to look to see if there's any evidence of any kind of injuries. Are there any bruises? Are there any scrapes? Are there any cuts?
And did you document any scrapes, injuries, or bruises on this left hand?
There are not.
And that is photo number 5. Going on to photo number 6. What are we looking at here?
So this is the left hand. It's the palmar surface. So we'll take 3 photographs of each hand, at least 3, and 3 if they're negative, right? So the back surface, the front surface, and the side.
And you mentioned the side photo. Moving on to photo number 7.
Correct.
And in terms of the left hand, were there any bruises, injuries, any defensive wounds of any sort on the left hand?
There were not.
Can you define what a defensive wound is for the jury?
I can. So defensive wounds are usually wounds that are on the extremities. They don't have to be on the hands. They're most commonly on the hands. They can be on the forearms. They can be on the shins. Any part of your extremities that can move to block your core from any kinds of injuries. Okay, so you want to, your feet or your legs, your arms or your hands will get in the way of something that's coming at you, if you're in a fight or something, to keep that part of your body, your core, from being injured.
Okay, moving on to photograph number 8. Have we moved on to the other hand now?
Now we're on the right hand. So this is the back surface of the right hand, documenting that there are no
So
injuries.
nothing on the left hand,
So moving on to photograph number 9
nothing on the right hand.
Side of the right hand, no injuries.
Bruise.
and photograph number 10.
So the inside of the right hand, no injuries.
Okay, no
So
injuries.
I'm going to move on to what's been labeled as entrance wound B. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where this wound on this gunshot wound B, entrance wound, is?
So it's in the middle of the chest.
Okay. In terms of, do you document in your report the distance from the top of the head?
I do. I don't memorize that. If I can look at my report.
Do you need to refresh your recollection? Please.
So that wound is 19¼ inches. Oh no, that's, below the top of the head.
And in terms of the left to right distance, how far is that?
It's 1/2 inch right of the anterior midline.
And can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a perforating gunshot wound?
I can. So for gunshot wounds, for forensic pathologists, there's 2 kinds. There's a penetrating gunshot wound. Goes in, doesn't come out. Penetrates. I recover a projectile. Then there's a perforating gunshot wound. It perforates the body. I have an entrance and I have an exit, and I don't collect a projectile.
And so, Dr. McDougall, so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have an idea. How many autopsies have you done in which gunshot wounds have been a cause of death?
Oh, probably 600 or 700.
The gunshot wound that we're looking at right here, is there anything about soot, stippling, or muzzle imprint?
So this is, so in forensic pathology, we have 3 different ranges of fire.
Okay, now this is going to be important. Finally, we're getting to some important evidence. They're asking about stippling or other marks. Now, and that's what, I'm sure she's going to explain in excruciating detail here. But if you fire from a long way away, none of the residue that was inside that shell casing is going to be on the person. If you're closer, there might be a few little specks of gunpowder or something. But if you were essentially point blank, there's going to be a lot of stippling and possibly even powder burns on the victim, etc. And the whole theory is the defendant is arguing he was not in the vehicle at the time that a drive-by shooting happened. So if there is stippling on this body, if there's any gunpowder residue on this body, that would indicate the shots came from inside the SUV. And they're saying they found a 40 caliber round in the back driver's side rear passenger seat, where the video of them leaving the recording studio earlier that evening placed the defendant Melly in the seat directly behind the driver. So if there's marks on these bodies, that could be very, very bad for the defendant.
Before gunshot wounds, we are tasked with trying to determine the range of fire. There is what's called a contact gunshot wound, which means that the muzzle of the gun is up against the target when the gun goes off. In those cases, you have a nice round deposition of soot on the entrance wound. The next is called intermediate. With an intermediate gunshot wound, if you take your target and your gun and you move away from your target, okay, so you're far enough away now that you're not going to leave a nice ring of soot, you're going to get something that's called stipple. Okay, so the gunpowder coming out of the gun will tattoo the skin. You will get a nice pattern, a spray of stipple on the skin. Those are intermediate.
Insert spraying stipple joke right here.
With indeterminate gunshot wounds, that either means that the muzzle of the gun is far enough away from the target that all the gunpowder falls off before the projectile hits the body, or there's something in the way of the skin, between the skin and the weapon, that any evidence of close range firing would be on that clothing. Okay, if you have someone that's shot in the chest, you want to look for evidence of close range firing on what they're wearing.
Really?
Because it has to go through that before it hits the body, and that
Don't say,
not going to get
doctor.
to the skin because the clothes are in the way.
Okay, and so Dr.
Nipple stipple, yep.
Make sure I understand on intermediate.
Yep.
On that, do you do any range of fire testing?
On clothing,
What about on skin or human body?
you have to do it. No, you have to do it on clothing.
Is any of that your area of expertise where you would recreate that?
On the clothing,
Yes.
no.
And on intermediate gunshot wounds, is there a textbook answer for distance?
There is a textbook answer.
And what would that be?
So the textbook answer is 3 inches to 3 feet.
In terms of without having a specific weapon, can you get any more exact than that?
The best way to get the distance on a certain person would be to take the exact same gun. with the
Because
exact
she
same
had COVID a
ammunition
few days ago, apparently.
with a white sheet of paper.
Either that
Right?
and or
Until you
she's
get far enough
psycho.
away that the distance of your stipple pattern on your paper matches what it was on the skin.
If you don't have a pattern, can you do that recreation?
Cannot.
So continuing on talking about the wound labeled B, how can you tell if that is an entrance versus an exit wound?
So entrance wounds classically have something called a rim of abrasion. Okay, so on this particular gunshot wound label B, I have a marginal rim of abrasion.
I'm gonna go forward now
I
to,
can't, yeah.
for B on the
I
number.
gotta turn it there. So this is my rim of abrasion here.
That's photo 12 for the record.
All right,
So
well,
the entrance is right here, and the rim of abrasion is this piece of the abrasion on the skin right there.
So Dr. McDougall, why is there more rim of abrasion on one side than the other?
So when you're looking at gunshot wounds, what that tells you is that the projectile is coming from that side of the body. Okay, so when a projectile hits a target skin straight on, you'll get what's called a circumferential rim of abrasion, which means the rim of abrasion goes all the way around the circle. Okay, if it enters from the right side of the body at an angle, and then the right side of that circular gunshot wound is going to have a marginal abrasion. If it enters from the bottom, that abrasion is going to be along the bottom. Top, the rim of abrasion will be on top. Left-hand side, the rim of abrasion will be on the left-hand side.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the previous photo. If you could then explain and show on this what direction the projectile is coming from.
So the projectile is coming from his right-hand side.
And you're talking anatomical position?
In anatomical position, that's correct.
Okay, moving on to the next photo here, which
it came from his right-hand side. Both of the deceased were in the passenger side of the vehicle, which for those of you in Aussie land or other places, it's the right-hand side of the vehicle. So she's actually saying that he was shot from his right-hand side, which would be the outside of the vehicle. That causes problems, unless it was a drive-by or a faked drive-by. Interesting. Let's see where this goes. I guess while we're... Melly was sitting in the rear driver's side passenger seat, directly behind the driver. So to the left of the shooting victims.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Well, that's where the video had him. And that's where the bodies were on the right side, and he was he got into the rear passenger's driver's side seat. But while we're stopped here, let's just make a few quick things. Again, Lincoln Kane starting us off with a great no comment cheers. We went through that. Thank you so much, Lincoln, as always. Unhung hero. Wonder if this witness goes by Becky. Flux. Probably. Flux probably confirmed it already. And Voodoo Berries bringing the A $5. I don't trust her medical opinion already. She's a doctor who can't wear a mask right. If you can smoke and also use a straw without unmasking. Well, I was drinking last night with a mask on, like a full balaclava, so I guess I passed the test. And Unhung Hero bringing us up here with a $2 super chat. But the ultimate question, was there brain water? Yeah, seeing how one of them took a bullet to the face, I'm guessing there was brain water. And Aqua Squatch says, Jeff, can you make a slippery nipple? We might have to make a slippery nipple cocktail one of these days. But we might have to do that.
Labeled as photo number 14 on this. What are we looking at in photo number 14?
So on the top of his right shoulder is the third entrance gunshot wound.
And the third entrance gunshot wound, was that given a label?
It was labeled.
Is that C?
It's a C, yes, ma'am.
The victim's head is up there by 7. Does that mean he was 7 foot tall?
Oh, it depends on where his feet are.
Do you document the height and weight of the decedent when these parts brought in?
We do.
And what was for Mr. Williams?
So he's 76 inches in length and 172 pounds.
And can you convert that 76 inches to feet, please?
I can. It's 6 feet 4 inches in length.
Okay. In terms of the photo that we're looking at here, on this particular wound, which is later assigned the label of C, what type of wound is this? Penetrating or perforating?
So this is a penetrating. So it has an entrance wound, no exit. And so it's also an entrance wound.
Going on to what's labeled as A. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where is this wound A?
I can. So A is an entrance gunshot wound on the left side of the back of his neck.
Would using that as a demonstrative help to illustrate that on a styrofoam head?
Okay.
Oh, cool. We get a head. She's going to give us head. And while they're arranging for her to give some head, Wolfram has gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships, and Chaos Coordinator has gifted 10 Legal Vices memberships. Thank you very much, peeps. Deeply, deeply appreciate it. If you were one of those that got it, please give them a super special thanks.
The medical examiner's office number that was signed for the autopsy of Anthony Williams.
It is.
Okay. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to place markings on this styrofoam head to approximate the locations of the wounds on Mr. Williams?
I did.
And would this help and assist in demonstrating to the jury where those wounds were in position?
Hey, she's going to demonstrate how to give head.
Okay.
Phrasing.
See if that's the witness to use the demonstrative.
I
Yes.
really don't want to see that.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a demonstrative exhibit. It's not in evidence at this time. The testimony is what the witness says. The demonstrative is used basically to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating.
She's going to give monstrous head,
As I
I
said,
guess.
the testimony of the witness is the evidence.
Demonstrative.
This demonstrative is not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless it's later received in evidence. Only items that are actually received in evidence would be going back with you to the jury room during deliberations.
Let's name the head. All
And
right.
so, Dr. McDougall, if you'd be kind enough to show
I vote
where
for
on that head
Kyle.
would be
Kyle's a good
entrance
severed
wound A.
head name.
So the approximate position of that entrance wound is about right here.
Okay.
And you said this was what type of gunshot wound?
This is a perforating gunshot wound, which means I have an entrance and an exit.
Where's
And
the
where
exit?
was that exit?
The exit is on the right temporal scalp.
Oh, that's
And how
bad.
is, I'm going to
Okay.
skip ahead to that exit, which
So
is
one
E.
came from the
That's
left-hand
correct.
side and went through the
And so is
brain.
E shown on there.
The approximate location of the exit wound on this demonstrative is about right there.
Okay, for the wounds A to E, as labeled on the photos, was that wound fatal?
It is a fatal wound, yes.
What injuries were associated with the wound tract of A to E?
So that projectile goes through the scalp, the skull, the dura mater, the brain. There is subgaleal, subdural, and subarachnoid hemorrhage and multiple fractures of the bone.
She explains what suicide means, but she doesn't explain what all of that shit just meant.
So what is a subgaleal hemorrhage?
Well, thank you.
So your scalp, right, your head, the skin that's on your head, when you reflect it back, right, the underside of that is called the galea. Okay, so if you have hemorrhage in the underside of the skin on your head, that's a subgaleal hemorrhage.
Huh.
When you, inside your head is your brain. Okay,
What?
You have a cover on your brain that is called dura mater. Okay, so you have your brain.
So that's where my
you have
brain
this
is.
Dura mater, and then your skull. All right, so if I have subdural hemorrhage, sub means underneath, I have blood between the brain and the dura. Subarachnoid hemorrhage, the arachnoid is a very fine membrane that covers the brain, and that is hemorrhage in that space. So there are different spaces within the cranial cavity where blood collects with injury.
Fleck the back.
Hemorrhage, if you could just make sure that that word is defined in your context as a forensic pathologist.
So hemorrhage means there's bleeding. Okay, a bruise. If you ever had a bruise, that's hemorrhage underneath your skin, but after you bump into something or have some sort of trauma.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to wound A. So I'm gonna go back to that photo. On A, is there an abrasion margin?
There's a very small abrasion margin around that wound.
And is it concentric?
It is.
And what does that mean?
It means it's all the way, it's around the whole thing as opposed to a marginal abrasion, which we saw before, which is just on one part of the entrance wound. This abrasion encompasses the whole entrance wound.
The wound track or pattern, were there fragments that were recovered along this wound track?
There were.
Joint counsel was in previously marked as states quadruple D.
Quadruple D, wow.
Dr. McDougall, prior to coming into court today, did you have the opportunity to review the items inside states quadruple D outside the presence of the jury?
I did.
Do you recognize what is in there?
I do.
What is it?
Those are the projectile fragments that were collected at the autopsy.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when they were collected?
They are.
They have your initial on the evidence tape on the outside.
They do.
Here at the time, the state requested in states quadruple D in and state 74.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple B, will be marked states 74.
So, Dr. McDougall, in terms of this particular entrance wound, how can you tell this is the entrance versus site E?
Because it has an abrasion margin, okay, abrasions are usually only associated with entrance wounds.
That and the fact the entrance wound is very small, and then the entire side of his head is missing.
A lacerated defect.
In terms of any sort of stippling, did you note that on this particular injury?
So I called the range of fire on this case indeterminate. Okay, there are, can you go out?
Sure.
I just want to show. So, you know, indeterminate does not mean distant. Indeterminate means I don't know. So, you know, you could say that might be stipple, that little defect right there. That might be stipple, but that's right around the hair follicle.
And that also means might not be.
There are areas where you can tell there's scarring. So when you look at the nape of the neck, or gentlemen get shaved, you get ingrown hairs, you can have folliculitis, it's called. I'm not going to say this is intermediate. With 3, maybe 4 dipsels, I call them, that might be so. I actually took a microscopic section of one of these to try to see if I could see any evidence of gunshot residue, gunpowder, stipple, and the one section that I took was basically the epidermis, which is the top layer of your skin, was normal, and there was some blood underneath it. So I did not get to see what I wanted to see, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't
Ew,
there.
what did you want to see, you
Section
creep?
Without a pattern, can you make any
Stippling,
sort of
probably.
medical opinion?
She shouldn't want to see
I will
anything.
not,
She should
based
just
on one or
report what
two.
she does see.
I call them dipsels.
Mhm.
Say that for sure is intermediate.
In terms of this particular injury, was the individual alive when it was inflicted?
Yes,
How can you tell that?
from the hemorrhage.
Is there any sort of other things that would help and assist you in demonstrating the difference between hemorrhage and not?
Well, if you look at the other injuries.
Okay. So let's move on then to gunshot wound C.
So this is gunshot wound C, which was on the back of the right shoulder. Okay, the abrasion collar around that wound is not hemorrhagic. What that tells me is that there is no circulation to that part of the body when that gunshot wound is inflicted. If you think about, an abrasion is a blunt force injury, okay, from an object. It's a friction injury. If you think about riding your bike
Okay,
as a
so he was
child,
shot after he
falling off your bike,
died.
skinning your knee, right? That will quickly turn red and bleed because you've taken off that top layer of skin. Same scenario here, except I don't have any circulating, I don't have a heartbeat, I don't have any blood circulating to this part of the body. Therefore, that abrasion stays yellowy white.
So Dr. McDougall, can you give any opinion as to how long time frame elapsed between gunshot wound A to E in the head and gunshot wound C?
I cannot.
Why not?
Oh, because I don't know how long it would have taken him to pass away.
Is there any medical studies that can be recreated in?
We can't do that.
You said he is deceased at that point.
Correct.
Can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an example of what you would see if they were inflicted within seconds of each other?
Well, I can tell you of the hundreds of gunshot wound cases, not even, I just have stab wound case, but in the hundreds of cases that I've done, the thousands of cases that I've done, there are only 3 where I can tell you the order in which the shots occurred, because some were before the person passed away and some were after. I've had hundreds of gunshot wound cases where they're shot 15, 20, 25 times, and every single gunshot has hemorrhage. So are they within seconds? No, but I can't tell you, is it, 5 minutes? Is it 30 minutes? There's no way for me to tell you what the time frame between gunshot wound A to E is from when B and C were inflicted.
Moving on to D. What about this particular mark tells you that this is an exit wound?
So D is an exit wound. It's lacerated, okay, because you have a blunt force object, the projectile, traveling at a very high, traveling at a rate of speed and with enough energy to perforate the skin, and it causes a laceration.
And so this is photo number 16 for the record. Can you explain, and I'm going to go forward onto photo number 17 so you can explain what a laceration is and what it looks like.
Yeah, so this skin is lacerated. There's no abrasion margin around it, and it's consistent with an exit wound.
And in terms of where on the body is D located?
So it's right almost underneath the armpit.
And
On the left-hand side of the back.
going back to picture 16, which direction is the body facing when this photo is taken?
Face down.
Okay. Going on to photograph number 20 for the record. What are you looking at here?
So this is the left lung. There's a trajectory rod through it showing the pathway of the projectile. What is interesting in this photograph is that there's absolutely no hemorrhage around any of those wounds. Okay, your lungs are very vascular, right? Because your lungs are responsible for taking the oxygen out of the air you breathe and pushing it into your blood, right? In the really small sacs in your lung. So an injury to your lungs.
So the oxygen is chasing sacs,
okay,
as in a sac chaser?
Okay, there's no hemorrhage in the upper or the lower lobe of the left lung.
And so when you say hemorrhage, what would it look like on the photo? What would you be looking for?
So blood would leak out into the area around that lung, and it would not look pink with brown black staining. It would look red because it's full of blood.
And so Dr. McDougall, if you could remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what entrance and exit wound does this correspond with?
So this is entrance wound B. That goes to exit wound D.
Moving on to what has been admitted as photograph number 18. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at here?
I can. So this is the exit wound E. That went with entrance wound A. The back of the neck comes out the right side of the temporal scalp. This is with the scalp reflected forward. So we do an incision across the head behind the ears. We reflect the scalp forward and back. And what this is showing you is this is hemorrhage. Okay, this is blood. This is bleeding. There is a heartbeat.
And so with regards to now E, at this point, the scalp is back on this photo, which we've already talked about here. Can you explain why this is a laceration?
So we shave it to show, it's consistent with a laceration. There's no abraded margin. It's consistent with an exit wound.
In terms of what has been previously admitted as State 74, is this the projectile fragments, a photo of them that have been introduced into evidence?
That's correct.
Why do you recover these?
Because, we usually recover projectiles and fragments so that, turn them over so that crime scene can do whatever kind of testing they want to do with the projectiles. These pieces are probably too small, but it's still evidence. So we collect all the evidence outside of and on the body to give to law enforcement in case they need it.
Was there any evidence of medical intervention for Mr. Williams?
No.
And what would that mean?
So sometimes people are transported to the hospital. They still have a heartbeat. And so the trauma team or the emergency room doctors are going to want to do whatever they can do to save that person's life. So sometimes with gunshot wounds, especially, you can have, they can put chest tubes in, they can do a thoracotomy, which is where they open up the side of your, they open up your rib cage to try to get your heart beating again. There's lots of things that they will do to try to save somebody's life.
Were there any, and you said there was none of those in this case?
There were not.
In terms of the rest of the internal examination, were there any other findings that led to the death of Mr. Williams other than the gunshot wound you talked about?
No.
The AD?
There are not.
Do you collect samples for the purpose of processing for toxicology?
We do.
And do you do that testing?
We have a toxicology lab. I don't do it partially. We have a toxicologist that does it.
And did you do that for Mr. Williams?
We did.
And in terms of the results of that toxicology, what showed up?
So he has marijuana, THC, and marijuana metabolite.
And can you give any sort of time frame on the ingestion of those
I
substances? Based on your autopsy, did you come to an opinion as to the cause and manner of death for Anthony Williams?
I did.
And what was that?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death is homicide.
Going
Cause of
forward,
death
were
was
you
the fact that he
also
got his brain
involved
blown out?
briefly with the
That's rather
case number
inartfully put, Hayden, but correct.
3119?
I was
And what was your involvement in that?
You know what I mean,
March
words.
of 2022.
in March
Yes.
of 2022. So prior to March 8th of 2022, it was brought to my attention that there was a gunshot wound on the lower extremity that we, Dr. Zotter and I, labeled as a penetrating gunshot wound. No, sorry. No,
There was a weird emphasis on the
labeled
word
it as a
penetrating.
ballistic injury, okay? Because we had a wound on the outside of the leg. There was no projectile in the leg, and there were just two little ditzels on the full body x-ray. So it was most consistent with a projectile usually hitting something else and then just coming up against the skin to make a rivet in it, but not a projectile that goes through the leg. One of the crime, Chris, was at the
Well, what was that? Objection time jump. Sidebar. No sound except for that sound. Flux says Becky is a hoe name. Thank you so much for that super chat. Becky is a hoe name. Right there. Flux, that's her thing. Becky is a hoe name. She always says it and she sticks by it. Becky is a hoe name. All right, are we in the future? I think so. Let's see. I hear spirits in the white noise. You will be guilty. Yeah, that kind of, it's like a spirit box. We should do that. We should stop. We should stop muting. We should insist they keep the volume up and we treat it like a spirit box, and see if we can detect ghostly noises from beyond in it. Yeah, so Rita Castillo, that's that noise. They put that in the courtroom so that the microphones don't pick up what the lawyers are saying with the judge at the sidebar. All right, that brings us up to speed with these super chats. So we're good. Now we can just skip right over. This looks like a long break. A long break with reality. Or is it? No. I think. Oh no, she actually testifies for a second, then they take a long break.
Photographs to your attention,
That's correct.
and that is in regards to the other deceased in this case that's done under 18-3119.
That's correct.
And did you perform the autopsy for 18-3119?
I did not.
Who did?
Dr. Slaughter?
So I want to go back to 18-3118. We talked about this projectile that was recovered. Did you recover an additional projectile from the body of Anthony Williams?
I did.
And where was that located at?
In the right scapula, or the bone, your shoulder blade, the wing of your back.
And in this next photo that we're looking at here, which is number 19, this number, is that where you retrieved that particular projectile?
That's correct. So to orient you,
Sorry.
this is the neck, the back of the neck, the midline of the back. Okay, the entrance wound is right here. And it goes and it gets stopped by all that bone. And if you look at the muscles here, there's no hemorrhage either.
And so going on to this photo here, which is number 23, what are we looking at in that particular photo?
So that is a projectile that I recovered from the right side of the back.
Can I have a moment to consult?
Yes.
And so, Dr. McDougall, just to be clear, we talked about B and D. Was the victim, Anthony Williams, dead when the B and D was inflicted to the body?
So when gunshot wound B was inflicted, yes, it was dead. And it exited D, so it's one gunshot wound.
Correct. So when wound C was inflicted, was Anthony Williams dead?
Yes.
Here, I don't have any other questions. Can we approach that for a moment?
Ellie is innocent. I'm sorry. All right. There we go. Sorry, we didn't mean to keep that up the entire time. Let's see. Seems to be a lengthy break. Morning break.
Remains on the stand. Joe, as you can tell, the AC has changed its temperature. We've contacted them and supposedly going to come over and try to get it corrected. It just seems like we can't have a happy meeting.
The air conditioning's broken. That makes jurors unhappy. Especially if you're in Florida at the end of June.
We're trying to work on it. In any event, I think the state completed its direct examination of the doctor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Every cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You may.
May I? Doctor, you're wearing that mask following CDC rules because you just got over COVID, correct?
That's correct.
But you're not carrying that disease, are you?
Sir,
I'm going to keep my distance.
that's
just in
okay.
case.
Yes, sir.
And you're the reason I went to law school because I can't spell half the words you use. But let me ask you a few questions if I could, Doctor.
Sure.
You indicated you did the autopsy.
I think it would have been awesome if you would have just pulled out like an aerosol can and like Lysol or something. Yeah, just Lysoled her up. You know. You're not really as bad off as you look, are you, Doc?
And the person came into the morgue around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
No, it was pronounced at like 4:45 at the hospital.
Bella Stella just dropped 5 Legal Vices memberships. Give Bella Stella a big shout out and a thanks if you got one of the memberships.
And you did an external and then an internal examination.
That's correct.
The external examination revealed that this person was 6'4".
Correct.
He weighed 172 pounds.
Jesus.
And his hair was 6 inches in length.
Correct.
Braid.
Correct.
The pictures I saw did not show the braids on his hair that were shown to you. Did you cut his hair?
We shaved the hair around the wounds.
Okay. Did you save the hair so that it could be tested to determine if there was any GSR or gunshot residue on it?
We shaved the hair so we can see the characteristics of the wound.
That's not the question, dumbass.
And what did you do with the hair? Did you bag it so that
Obstruction,
you
not
sent to the lab to be examined to determine if there was any GSR or any projectile fragments on it?
I did not.
Detective Moretti was present, correct?
That's correct.
You've been advised he's the lead detective in this case, correct?
He's the detective that called in the case. That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the clothes are a rather important factor in determining the range of whoever fired the gun that caused the death.
If the entrance wounds are around where there is clothing, they are important to determine range of fire. That's
There's no
correct.
clothing around his neck?
And you indicated that one of the wounds was in the chest area.
Correct.
Were you advised at any time that this person was wearing clothes?
Yes.
And Moretti didn't bring the clothes to you to look at?
So my job is cause and manner of death on the body, right?
Okay. And the reason I ask that is because the height of the person, the weight of the person, the fact that he had 6 inches of braided hair, and the clothes that he was wearing would assist if anyone attempted to do what is known as a trajectory reconstruction, correct?
But you could do a modified gray stain on the clothing to look for gunshot residue.
Okay. And those items would be important, would it not, if someone wanted to attempt to reconstruct how the shooting occurred?
So my job is cause and manner of death. I'm no expert in reconstruction.
Fair enough. Now,
Nicola! Take
You
care, my
indicated
girl.
that
Come
these
back soon.
injuries-
Miss you to death already.
the first injury to the head, was it?
Back to
Back
that.
of the head, was a fatal injury.
So in this case, that's the fatal injury because the other two, he was dead when they were
Okay.
inflicted.
So,
Okay.
this person, when he received the other 2 injuries, was already deceased.
Correct.
Did not suffer any pain from those 2 injuries.
He's already dead.
Fair enough. And you indicated that these injuries were indeterminate.
Correct.
Which means, in layman terms, simple terms for me to understand, means that you cannot tell how far away or how close the shooter or shooters were
That's correct.
when this occurred.
Yes, sir.
In fact, you don't know if it was 1 shooter, 2 shooters, or more, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I think you
Poison,
told
poison.
me when I met you back in April 2022, the day I took your deposition.
Yes, sir.
That the scientific way to determine the distance would be, and I think you said it today, take the same gun, correct?
Correct.
Take the same ammunition, correct?
Correct.
And then fire that gun with the same ammunition into a white paper or poster or whatever, wrapping paper, until you could get the same type of stippling pattern that you observed on the body, correct?
If you have an intermediate gunshot wound, yes, sir.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
All 3 of my gunshot wounds are indeterminate.
Determinate, which means you can't tell the number of shooters or the distance. Right.
Indeterminate means I don't know the range of fire from looking at the gunshot on the body of the victim.
Now, this was a rather unusual case because out of all of the examinations you have done over the years, since you've been a medical examiner and a chief medical examiner, you usually can't tell what shot or what injury occurred first, second, and third.
Correct.
In this case, you could on both the individual you did the autopsy of and the individual that your fellow medical examiner did, correct?
I can tell you the first shot. I don't know the order of the second and third.
Okay. And the first shot on both of them were the fatal shots.
Because they are already deceased when the other ones are inflicted.
Okay. Now, you signed off as the chief medical examiner or the supervisor of Dr. Saunders when she finished her report, correct?
I signed off on her report as the associate medical examiner that was overlooking her that day in work. Yes,
Okay. I assume before you signed off, you looked at the report,
correct,
reviewed the report,
correct.
and by signing off, you were basically saying it was correct.
So I reviewed not only the report, I reviewed all the pictures that we took of the
Okay.
office. So you review everything.
Okay. And you said it was correct. And
That's correct.
you signed off as really her supervisor.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, that was in 18, correct? Go ahead and look.
It might be 18, it might be 19, because it was the end of October. So you can tell me.
Weirdo.
Okay. It was either the end of 18 or the beginning of 19, to the best of your recollection.
Correct. I signed mine on November 27th. I don't recall the
I
date.
didn't hear you. What was that?
Never mind.
Over 3 years later, you indicated you were asked to review the autopsy report of Dr. Saunders, correct?
I was asked to review photographs that were taken at the hospital of the deceased.
Okay. And the person, and that was about 3.5 years later, correct?
That was in February of 22, February or March.
Okay, and if your autopsy was in 18 and Saunders' report was sometime in 19, that would be part of 19, 20, 21, and 22.
That's correct.
The way I count.
That's
So
correct.
approximately 3 years later.
That's correct.
And you realize that there's a mistake that not only Dr. Saunders made, but obviously, with all due respect, you made.
Ooh.
So there is an exit gunshot wound on the inner thigh that I don't have any picture of at the autopsy. That is photographed at the hospital.
Okay.
And if I could read what the,
Don't read, just tell us.
it won't be verbatim then. At the end of every autopsy report that we author, there is a statement that I haven't memorized, but it goes something like this. If any probative something information becomes available, we have the right to amend the report.
Of course.
And that's exactly what I did.
So 3.5 years later, you notice a gunshot exit wound in the thigh? Okay. All right. Any comment, Hayden?
How do you miss that? How does it
exit
take
wound.
3 years for that to come out? Like, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think you got it right there. Awkward.
Yep.
No, Flux, I don't
And
reckon
in
anyone
fact-
can explain that. That's just
And then
that's
this
sloppy.
report-
That's what that is.
Was made, correct?
That's correct.
And the person who asked you to review that over approximately 3 years later was not the police department, but the state attorney's office. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Ooh.
She sucks and the cops suck.
Maybe the first time I've ever seen the prosecutor not try and cover it up too.
And before you corrected that report,
Apparently the prosecution saw a
did you make
picture
any attempt to
of
exhume
a
the body
gunshot
to
wound and said,
verify?
"What's this? It's not in your
that
report." And she said, "Oops,
And
I
the
don't know."
photograph of it have to consume the body.
So the answer would be no.
That's correct.
Can I have one moment, John?
Yes.
My bosses say no further questions.
Dr. McDougall, do you recall approximately how many defects were on the body of Christopher Thomas, the 18-3119 autopsy?
Yes, there are 21 that we documented, I think, and one that we missed.
Are you telling the ladies and gentlemen juries that you can make a mistake, that you're human?
I'm human. She's human. We're all human.
So are
Not
there
me, oh.
processes in place where you can review and go back and catch those mistakes?
There are.
Is that what happened in this case?
That's what happened.
In terms of exhuming a body 3 years later.
Because she
would
has
there be any benefit to
COVID.
that?
If I have a photo document of the injury, I would never put a family through that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You may sit down. You're excused.
Yay! That was quick and relatively quick and relatively painless.
For us, anyway. It wasn't a great look for the prosecution.
Well, what we got out of that was he was shot from the left side of the body, went to the left side of his neck, out through the right side of his skull. Sack chaser. Which does not look good for the defendant, who was reportedly sitting to the left of sack chaser. And then there was other shots from the right side after he died. Which kind of goes to support the state's theory that the moiter happened inside the vehicle. Then they went to a place and went outside of it and made it and shot it from the outside to make it look like a drive-by shooting. So it's not looking. I mean, that's not good testimony for the defense right there. But
yeah, but I feel like the optics from from the medical examiner, she came across as generally unlikable. She clearly made a mistake that's going to stick in the minds of the jury. I kind of feel like that's a wash.
Well, see, you may be right, because the prosecution has this way of getting bogged down with stuff. I really wonder how many people remember seeing the security video that shows him getting into the passenger seat behind the driver. I wonder, how many people are going to remember these other little bits that circumstantially link him to the crime, because they get bogged down in unnecessary stuff that bores the jury and sort of does a memory wipe. The mistake was she missed a bullet exit wound in sack chaser's thigh in her report. And 3.5 years later, someone from the prosecution saw a picture and went, wait a minute, that's a bullet hole in the thigh. It's not in your report. And she said, oops. Well, let's see who our next witness is. Oh, we'd have one thing to read here. Unhung hero, Your Honor. I move to remove this witness testimony because Becky is a hoe name. All right. Granted, I guess. I have no reason to not give that. Okay, we got the Bella Stella. We mentioned these. All right, we are all caught up. We are now at the 1 hour and 22 minute mark. That is close enough to the 1.5 hour mark to do the 1.5 hour grift. Ozzy Overlord, Lil Dundee. Go over to Ozzy Overlord's channel. Make sure you subscribe to him. Make sure that you like every single video. And if you look hard, there's a couple of me maybe in there. So make sure you just like those a lot, because I'm awesome. And while you're at it, reach down there and hit my like and subscribe buttons. And if you have already subscribed, please just make sure you're still subscribed, because YouTube does things. YouTube just does things. We're currently at 38,496 people. We're 1,504 away from 40,000. So let's get at least 4 of you in this break to get down there and hit that like button. Let's get up to 38,500 here in the next 30 seconds. And make sure you take the like and subscribe poll. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and vote on the trial theme song. Currently, 6% of you have said, I am an innocent man. And 14% of you have said, shots, 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 everybody. And 31% of you have said, wasn't me. And 50% have said, let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. So that's our doofus poll for the like and subscribe thing. I really wanted more of you to choose Billy Joel, because, I like Billy Joel. Yes, we are doing OJ tomorrow. We will do an hour of OJ. So yes, we'll give you your OJ fix tomorrow.
Yeah, and I saw someone ask whether or not I'm actually going back to streaming at any point. I'm intending to stream this evening.
He hasn't abandoned us yet.
It might be a short one, because I do have to go to my regional office today, but I will be there.
Help us, Obi-Wan. You're our only hope. Right. Well, that's it. That takes us to where we need to be. We are at the end of our midstream grift. We're still waiting on the arrival of Chandler Remington. When she wakes up and makes herself presentable, then she will be here. And we got 0 new subscribers in that little 30-second. Oh, no, we got 2 more. We are 2 away from 38,500. Let's see how long that takes. Like, subscribe, to everything that everybody does, and let's settle in for the next witness. Who or what will it be, or is she be, or he be? Why? I don't know the gender. We don't know. We don't know what a man or a woman is. Let's just see what happens.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just take a short recess. Don't discuss the case. Don't form anything.
A short recess.
Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Certainly no research. Thank you.
That was a short recess.
What the time frame between gunshot
Oh no, not her
A
again.
to E?
All right. We're returning from our short recess. And what we got 2 hours left of this. Okay, there's a witness.
I understand you went over the photographs for the next witness, is that right?
Yes, I did, and I put a tab, not numbered. I put a tab on the ones that I object to. And I also renewed my objection on this witness, since there's been no legal ID on the other victim.
I haven't heard what the evidence is yet regarding that. I understand your objection. Yes, sir. But the witness here will have to testify. Regarding these pictures, I take it you are Dr. Saunders, is it? Saunders. Well, I don't think I've mentioned before, but these are certain photographs that the state intends to use. Some of the objected to by the defense. And I guess what I'm trying to ascertain from these photographs is which ones that you need to basically.
All right, he's whittling down the
testimony, and if there's photos that are duplicates.
The pictures again. This is what he was doing yesterday.
Get rid of the duplicates.
Let's see if he does it any more excitingly than he did yesterday. If not, we're just going to skip this shit.
Photographs, and basically go from there. So the first tab on it, because I'd like to talk about the ones that are objecting to.
So that's where you're where it's the ones they are objecting to.
Okay, so what is that photograph of?
It's a photo of the body bag that's with a seal to make sure that it hasn't been tampered since the body was bagged at the hospital.
I didn't object to that. Oh, you did? Okay. I withdraw that objection.
This one is a photo of his hand, and it shows the wound on the lateral aspect of his thumb.
Right. I think there's another photograph of that.
Correct. Duplicate?
It's a different angle.
But those photos.
He doesn't want the duplicates.
An injury to a single injury to a hand, right?
Correct. I can use the one that's not objective.
All right, we're going to skip all of this, but because they're just going to talk about the pictures anyway that they let in. But there was, he said, where are we at here? Someone's saying, don't they normally take care of this before trial? Yeah, normally, and they probably did. But at this point, the judge is like, we're going way over time. We need to narrow it down further. So this isn't the lawyers doing this. This is the judge saying, I don't want duplicates in. I don't want unnecessarily graphic stuff in. Let's keep this moving. So this is the judge doing this, and he's perfectly able to do that. Other people were talking about Lincoln's question. We've had enough since then for the doggo camp. Release the hounds. Mutiny. Well, we're about $30 away from the unlocking the cuck cage achievement and dog achievement. Miss Kate Griff also says doggos. Yeah, because Lincoln Kane gave us 60 American dollars. It was 100 Australian, but in real money, it's $62 and $69 and 20 something cents. They just make shit up down there, right, Hayden? They even have their own little cars they make.
Wait. Did you just accuse us of making crappy cars? You live in South Korea.
No, I just said you have your own little cars you make. What are they called? Grummins or something like that?
What?
What's the Australian brand of car? Start with an M or a G, something like that?
Look, let's face it, the main ones that we had here, which I can't remember if they're still manufactured here, Holden pulled out of the market. GM was not selling well here. And I don't know that we actually manufacture the Fords here anymore, so...
It started with an H, yeah, it was an H word.
The Holdens.
Or an H, as you may be inclined to say. Yeah, alrighty. let's skip through this and get to like some testimony, shall we? They're instead of just talking about what they're not going to show the jury. Ooh, this is just nobody's talking about anything here right now. All right, that looks like the beginning of the testimony. Again, that lipstick does not match well. I mean, that's harsh. Everything about that woman is harsh. Oh, there's no. They all closed up shop. Well, that kind of sucks. Everybody needs like their own cars.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when the government stops propping up a.
No, not Anne Hetch. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Devens, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, as well as the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, when we broke the state, we're going to call our next witness. I take it this is your next witness, correct?
Yes, Dr. Ethan.
Now, can you please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Adrienne Starr.
Please spell your first and last name for the record.
ADRIENNE. Sauder. SAUDER.
Thank you.
Please be seated. After that microphone,
What?
When we go up or down, right, the does not adjust back and forth.
Okay.
You all set?
Yes.
Counsel, you may proceed.
What the hell is
Good
your
afternoon,
name?
Dr. Sauder. How are you?
The Dune nerd in me heard Sardaukar, and I know that's not right. She's definitely not a Sardaukar trooper.
After that microphone,
She didn't say Sardaukar.
when we go
What did
up or
she
down,
say?
right, the does not adjust back and forth.
Okay.
You all set?
Yes.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Sauder. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Very well. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and tell them where you work?
We'll call her
I am
Sarder.
an associate medical examiner at the Fort Pierce Medical Examiner's Office
How long have you been an associate medical examiner there?
since July 1st, 2019.
And in terms of prior to moving up to
Wait, didn't we just hear from the medical examiner? This is the assistant medical examiner? This is what I mean by bogging us down with the useless junk.
Mm-hmm.
that office, where did you work?
I was a fellow at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what types of training and education you had to become an associate medical examiner?
So I had to do a 4 years bachelor's, and I did that in liberal arts, which is philosophy, literature, and theology. I then did my pre-medical requirements at Creighton University in Nebraska and at the Pontifical Catholic University of Puerto Rico. I did a 2 years
Olay.
master's at the Ponce School of Medicine in Ponce, Puerto Rico. I then went to Mexico to the Autonomous University of Guadalajara to do med school. I then accepted.
Okay. She did her medical. All right. It's time for a legal vices story here, real quick.
Did she
I
just
had
say
a-
Guadalajara?
Yes.
Isn't
For
it the
medical
same
school.
university that Alan Harper went to study chiropractics in 2.5 Men?
See, that's part of the legal vices story here. Way back in the day, I had a friend who was he was a pre-med student. Then he came here to Korea just to kind of decompress for a couple of years. And he gave me my first introduction to old Korean hospitals. Now they're state of the art and better than a huge number of U.S. hospitals in a great many respects. But back in the day, back in the 1980s, not so much. And he was taking me on my first tour of a Korean hospital, and it was grim. And he's like, "Yeah, that's my plan. I'm gonna." Well, this is when he was pre-med, I guess. He wasn't actually in medical school. He was in pre-med. And he's like, "Yeah, that's my plan. When I graduate from university, I'm just gonna go to University of Guadalajara Med, and then I can do whatever the hell I want. Nobody will care." So that's just a little side note. I just kind of had a little Lorax flashback there. It's a little. So she actually. This is actually someone who actually went to Guadalajara for med school.
Did a 4-year residency at Rutgers in Newark, New Jersey, and then I came down to Florida to do my 1-year fellowship training.
So in terms of your 4-year fellowship at Rutgers, what did that entail?
The 4-year residency.
Yeah, let's not talk about
for
Guadalajara. Let's talk about your time at Rutgers.
And in terms of at what point did you decide you were going to become a medical examiner?
Before I went to med school.
When you are in medical school, do you obtain and become a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're as the pathology residency, what those 4 years are you focusing on in most of your education and training at that point?
It's the study of disease and what's normal.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr.
And in
Nick.
terms of the number of autopsies that you do during your pathology 4-year residency, how many autopsies do you have performed?
In my residency, you have a requirement to do 50 autopsies.
Then would you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the fellowship part?
The fellowship part is a subspecialty in pathology, and it deals with forensics, which is the study of how trauma affects the body, and your main job is determine cause and manner of death.
Okay, and so Dr. Sauer, how long were you a fellow with Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started there on July 1st, 2018, and I finished June 30th, 2019.
From July 1st, 2018 through the end of June 2019, how many autopsies were you involved?
Approximately 200.
In your total careers as a forensic pathologist, approximately how many autopsies have you done?
Approximately 1,200.
For coming into court.
Well, this is impressive up until you realize she missed a gunshot wound.
What was that?
All this is impressive right up until you realize she missed a freaking gunshot wound.
Well, her boss missed it too, so she can say, "Hey, I'm just the assistant." I don't know. It looks to me. It says that 2 people missed a gunshot wound. But as long as we're stopped, it's that time of day, ladies and germs. PFUS. Oh, we'll do PFUS here. PFUS says, "Fine, take my money. I want doggos." And Mary Rigsby says, "Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot." I admire your dedication, Jeff. Well, thank you very much. I admire your super chat, Mary. You're awesome. And Wolfram, is that what they're trained? Is that where they're trained using the operation game? Nice. Well, it's that time.
Release the hounds.
I will get everything set up and we shall release the hounds. But in the meantime, let's throw the cut cage down. It's time to throw the cut cage. We need the cut cage. I don't know why I'm going to do this, but I'm going to.
How dare you?
I don't know why I did it. I felt the urge to click that button. Overlay, cut cage, boom. Anything to add before we jump right back into it, Hayden?
I'm struggling to see exactly what we could see that would be actually of any additional information from this woman. I mean, clearly she's done a lot of autopsies, but like, what are they going to introduce here? They've already got the photos in. They've already got, like, am I missing something here? Did this chick miraculously happen to witness the shooting, or?
Unless she's going to talk about the other victim. Other than that, I don't know.
Well, I mean, would it? Oh, okay. Yep. Gotcha. That took me a second.
I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. She's going to be doing the other witness. If not,
right,
yeah, it's just
because the other one did say that she did not personally perform the other autopsy. So yeah, that might be where this is going.
I hope so. Otherwise, I'll be disappointed. Wait, where'd that go? That's not what the. Did I miss that part? I don't know which part, but that's not what I was trying to click on. I was trying. Oh, where'd it go? Ah, damn it! It scrolled away too fast. Someone mentioned something about at least this one looks less like a necrophiliac. Let's keep going.
Pathology?
Yes.
And how many times is that?
This would be my 5th time.
The training and education that you have in terms of the medical school components, is that similar to any medical school in the United States?
I don't know. We'll find out.
So after I completed my years in Mexico, I did a pre-internship year at New York Medical College, which is in Valhalla, New York.
And what did you do during that pre-internship?
She's been to Valhalla,
the different
people.
specialties in medicine, including
She is
internal
Freya,
medicine,
the god of war.
psychiatry, OBGYN, and family medicine, pediatrics.
And in terms of determining cause and manner of death, is that something you do on a daily basis?
Yes.
What percentage of your daily work tasks involve performing autopsies?
I would say every day I have an autopsy, I determine cause and manner.
Okay. Here at this time, state tender to counsel for Paul Dyer on their expertise in forensic pathology.
No question. Thank you. Proceed, counsel.
So we just heard from Dr. McDougall, so I'm not going to ask you to reiterate all the questions about the types of cause and manner on that. I'd like to go straight into the case that you are here on today. Doctor, did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy under Broward Medical Examiner's case number 18-3119?
Yes.
And in terms of how did you get assigned to that particular case?
The pathologist who was assigned to do autopsies that day gave me the task of doing that autopsy.
And when that autopsy was presented to you, were there a series of photographs that were taken?
Yes,
Would those photographs assist in educating the jury and explaining your testimony?
absolutely.
Here at this time, the state is approaching with what's been previously shown to defense counsel and letting hold the state's AAAA for identification purposes. Dr. Sauer, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes,
Did you have the opportunity to review them prior to coming in court today?
yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy that was done under Broward Medical Examiner's case number 18-3119?
Yes,
Do they fairly and accurately depict the state and condition of the body as you found it?
yes,
Here at this time, the state requesting that the state's AAAA in as state 74-5.
Same objection as
Was
I
previously
previously made.
Was roll call. Will be admitted.
State quadruple A, they mark state 75. It's a cause of 54.
50 photos and 1 USD.
Eric, play nice. Play nice, Eric.
Okay, so Dr. Sauer, I'm going to start with the photos and go in order. The Broward County Medical Examiner's office, do they have an X-ray machine?
they have a full body x-ray machine called Blowback.
And what does that help you in this particular case with showing and illustrating?
It shows us if there's any retained projectiles in the body.
Showing you in photograph number 1, are there projectiles that were retained in the body of this individual?
Yes,
In terms of, can you point them out? And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, but it will not make any marks. And if you need me to move any of the images, please let me know.
We're about an hour or so behind.
right there. You see one in the chest here, here,
About an hour or so behind.
here, here. You see a fragment here, another projectile here. And if you move down, there's a, too far. There's a minute fragment right there.
Okay. So going on to the next photo, number 2, what view are we looking at in this image?
This is a lateral view, and it helps us pinpoint where exactly within the body cavities they are located.
Okay, and if you could show again to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the projectiles are found on the lateral view.
So the one in the back of the head, right here, near the axilla, here, 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 here. And I believe there's one in, no. That's it.
Okay. Going on to the third photo, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo of the sealed body bag. So every autopsy bag gets sealed with a
Keeps the
number.
freshness
We
right.
then cut that seal and document the time it's cut so that it preserves the evidence within the body bag and make sure there's been no tampering.
Was this body bag received with the seal intact to your office?
Yes. It also depicts the autopsy case number with the ruler.
And in terms of the autopsy case number, if you could read that for the record, please.
A18-3119.
Going on to the next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is a clean headshot of our Mr. Christopher Thomas.
Okay, when you say clean, what does that mean?
This means that after we have documented opening the body bag, we take a series of photos that depict how the body is received, and they may be covered in blood. So after we clean the decedent, then we start documenting the photograph, start documenting injuries after they've been cleaned.
Okay. Going on to the next photograph in this series, what are we looking at in this image?
You're looking at one of the hands.
No, Patty, I wasn't pissed.
And
I had
is
to
that
take a
now the
piss.
same view of the right hand?
Correct.
And what are you showing here on the right hand?
I'm showing that there is no injuries to this hand.
It was washed.
What are we looking at in this next photo?
The hand,
Okay.
the palmar surface.
Moving on to the left hand in this next image. Could you show to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the injury on this particular photo?
So you see an injury to the lateral aspect of the thumb, right here.
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
That means on the side.
Thank you. Okay, going on to the next image.
Here you see another injury on the palmar surface of the hand.
What are we looking at here in this photograph?
You're seeing a series of abrasions, which means scrapes to the upper and lower lips, right here.
In terms of the purpose of an autopsy, what are you trying to do?
We're trying to document the injuries we find on a body.
Are you able to place a time and date stamp to the second of when these injuries occurred?
No.
In terms of the
It's a good
images
question,
and the
Kerfuffle.
abrasions that
I
are
don't know.
No,
viewed
it
here
doesn't
on
matter
the lower
because
lip
he
that
was
you just
sitting
pointed out.
to the
Can you
right
characterize
of the
if they are
victims.
healing?
The
if they
victims were
are
both in the front
new,
passenger
fresh,
side and the
These look like they're
rear
new.
passenger side seats.
And what would you be able to say to base that opinion?
Because there's hemorrhage on them.
And hemorrhage is what?
Blood.
Going to the next photo here, what are we looking at?
This is a close-up image of the wound to the left cheek.
And the dark circle around it, what is that?
That's what we call an abrasion margin, and that abrasion margin has been dried, so it looks dark. You also see areas of little dots of abrasions right here, here, all over, and that's called stippling.
Okay. This may be the end of our young man Melly here. Stippling on the left cheek of the victim.
That'll do it.
That ain't looking good, my friend. If they can they haven't definitively placed him in the vehicle at the time the murders occurred. They have him getting into the rear passenger seat of the vehicle and driving off. But it's theoretically possible that he could have been dropped off somewhere else and they could have picked up another person who did this and they're protecting him. But yeah, that's not looking very good. It's a problem.
Kenneth, stippling, just to put it bluntly, is when you put a gun too close to someone and the gunpowder, as it's coming out of the weapon, actually imprints on the skin of the individual or potentially their clothing or whatever else. So rather than being, a reasonable distance away, it means the gun was up really close.
Yeah, between a few inches and 3 feet. Basically, it tattoos him with gunpowder. So, yeah. All right. Well, more than just implying close range, it implies that it happened in the vehicle and not as a result of the drive-by shooting, which the defense is arguing. The defense is arguing that it was a drive-by shooting and the defendant was nowhere near the vehicle when this happened. Yeah, that kind of blows that theory out of the water.
A little bit, yeah.
Oof. Yep. All right. This may be the end of our boy Melly. So why do we need to go to the
they've
end
still
of
got to
July?
place him in the car with the gun in his hand. I mean, if they can point to anybody else being in that car, potentially, then that's really their only hope.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're getting to the Occam's razor end of things where, yes, theoretically, he could have got into the rear passenger seat and then at somewhere between point A and the hospital, got out of the vehicle and someone else got in and committed the murders and then jumped out again and then shot up the side of the vehicle during the hour and a half they were gone. Or he was in there, they blasted these guys, faked it to make it look like a drive-by, and then about an hour and a half later went to the hospital without our young defendant. All right. Well.
Hang on, there's one thing that someone said.
The Bibkin did it, says Bass. Thank you so much for that.
I've lost it. Someone said something, asked a question about it. Move on. I can't find the chat anymore.
Sorry, whoever asked something about something.
Yeah, sorry about that. It was a reasonable question too. It's just I completely spaced and now I can't find it.
I didn't even notice it. 670 of you here, 496 likes. Please reach down there and pop that like button. We like to be liked. So, hey, like 200 of you haven't done your job. Just get down there and smack that like button.
That's what it was. It was Angst Kitten saying they wish the prosecution had started with this. The fact that they're doing this now leads me to believe that prosecution is probably getting reasonably close to wrapping up their case. Because if they're smart, they've done the sandwich. So gotten all the boring stuff in the middle and the stuff that actually matters, they're going to do right at the end so that it sticks in the jury's mind.
They're supposed to have done their case in 12 courtroom days, which would be Friday or Monday, depending how you count.
Right.
But last week, the judge said that he's expecting this to wrap up at the end of July.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. I can't for the fucking life of me imagine what they would talk about until the end of July.
They haven't given anything of value so far that would lead me to believe that the prosecution needs to go that long, let alone the defense.
I can't. I mean, there's no eyewitnesses. They might bring on. I
don't know. Are
Portland
they
is a
subpoena
snitch
Drake?
witness at the end. Yeah, they did mention Drake yesterday. No, they did. They mentioned Drake.
Oh, I know, but it was a joke because they tried
I
so
know.
hard to rope him into the XXX trial that it wasn't funny.
Yeah, but they did mention Drake yesterday as someone who was involved.
I remember that's what made me think of it.
Yep. Yeah, so I can't imagine like a few more of these witnesses, and then they put on Bortland as a snitch witness, and then it's over. All right, whatever.
So then, how's the defense supposed to take four weeks to?
No. I hope it was just like cautionary planning, but we'll find out.
Unless he's specifically expecting to be over quick enough that by the end of July we're at sentencing.
Good. Well, this is Florida, so absent anything really spectacular, sentencing will happen at the same time. So the next day, they'll start the sentencing kind of a thing. So, maybe that's it. Maybe that's why they gave it a few extra weeks for sentencing. But all right, whatever. Let's get back to the angry gender fluid librarian.
Okay, I think we have another picture we'll get to in a moment on that one. I'm going to what you have labeled as wound B. What is wound B?
This is a defect to the thumb.
Can you tell on wound B if it is an entrance or an exit?
No, I cannot.
Why not?
Because I was informed.
Objection. Hearsay.
Good catch. Sidebar. This looks to be a very short sidebar.
Okay, Dr. Sauter, in terms of the exact distance that a firearm was from a entrance wound, can you do that without having an actual firearm?
No.
What types of distance determination can you make based on the pattern of stippling that you see here?
That it's anywhere from 3 to 18 and up to 36 inches.
So 3 to 36 inches.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
how'd they get my
in terms
measurements?
of the injuries that are associated
Of course, I'm
with
closer to the
this
3-inch
wound
end of
tract,
things.
What would they include?
So the injuries start with fractures to the zygomatic bone, which is your cheekbone. It then injures and perforates the dura, which is the covering of the brain. It then caused a subarachnoid hemorrhage, and it caused
below the
lacerations
spider hemorrhage?
to
What?
the cerebellum, which is in charge
Subarachnoid?
of your posture and
I am a
coordination.
dominant
It
spider.
also
You are a
caused injuries
subarachnoid.
to the midbrain, to the pons, and the medulla. And those parts of your brain are in charge of your circulation, your heart beating, and your breathing.
Okay. Did it also have an impact in the right occipital bone?
Yes.
Where is
Rebecca, pay
The right
attention. We've
occipital
just found
bone
out that they
is
were
the
shot from
posterior
inside the
part of
vehicle. That's huge.
Cranial fossa. So the latter part of when you open a brain, has 3 different compartments, and it's on the back of the right side of that compartment.
Dr. Sauter, would a demonstrative help in illustrating the approximate locations of wound
Do we
A
get
and
Kyle
wound
again?
Yes.
Showing defense
Oh, wait,
counsel
I forgot to bring up the
labeled
dogs.
As ENEO 18-3119. So.
And I've also just got a message that
the witness is going to be using a demonstrative to assist in
My-
explaining or illustrating her
my
testimony.
yogurt I
Remember,
ordered
the
has
testimony
been
will
outside in the
use the
hallway
evidence.
for 3 hours. I'll be right
The
back.
Demonstrative is not in evidence, it's not to be considered as evidence, and unless it's later received in evidence, it does not go back to the jury room with you during deliberations.
So Dr. Souter, on the styrofoam replica head that you have in front of you, can you show the mark that you placed on that would be equivalent to the mark A on Christopher Thomas's face?
So the entrance wound would be approximately right here on the Jeep.
And in terms of where the occipital bone, where you said that the impact or the terminal location of the bullet was, where would that be on that?
So in order to accurately depict that, you would have to open the brain, and if I don't do that, then approximately right here, but on the inside.
And so if you could just turn around and show that to the member of the jury and point down it. Moving on to the next photo, C. The C line up with B, is that the other side of the hand?
Yes.
Can you tell if this is an entrance or an exit wound?
No.
Same reasons as for B?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of wound D, what are we looking at here?
D is a defect to the D is the entrance wound to the medial lateral aspect, medial dorsal aspect of the left foot,
And if you could explain what dorsal means.
posterior,
And how can you tell that D is an entrance wound?
because of the characteristics of the wound and because it has an abrasion margin.
In terms of the order in which you label from A to D, are you suggesting in any way that that's the order the wounds were inflicted?
No.
How do you pick what letter is assigned to which wound?
So I try to go from head to toe when the decedent is on their back, and then I try to continue labeling them when we turn them over and go head to toe.
Okay. So going on to wound E, what is that?
That is the exit wound on the foot, and the exit wound.
And that matches or coincides with the same wound track as in wound D?
Yes.
Where's Kyle? They didn't bring in
On to
Kyle?
Wound F.
They brought
What
Kyle
does
in.
that
You missed
tell?
Kyle.
Oh, there he is. I
F
can
is
see
an
him here.
exit wound
And how can you tell that F is an exit wound?
because of the laceration.
And what is a laceration?
It is a cut.
Moving on to G. What wound does this depict?
No, it was an
G
empty
shows
yogurt
the
container.
Entrance wound
It wasn't a
of
tub of
the
cheese.
right arm.
In terms
Well, you said
of
it'd been
G, is
out for
there
3
any
hours, so it
hemorrhage
may well be.
associated with this wound?
No.
What does that tell you as a forensic pathologist when you're looking at wound G?
That the heart was not beating at the time that this wound was inflicted.
Okay.
Going on to H. What does that wound show?
H is a exit wound, and it shows that there is very little hemorrhage associated with that wound.
And now looking at I. What is that showing?
That's showing an entrance wound, and if you look close, you can see an area with black fibers that I collected and submitted as evidence. And it also shows an abrasion ring or collar, an abrasion around the wound with very little hemorrhage.
And again, what does that tell you as a forensic pathologist?
That the heart was not beating at the time that it was inflicted.
Okay, and so we're clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, H and I are in the same wound track.
Correct.
Going on to J.
And what is that wound track?
Does that show in this next photo?
J shows the exit wound by the axilla.
And J corresponds with wound G?
Correct.
That's the same wound track.
G is the entrance and J is the exit.
And in terms of on wound J, do you see signs of hemorrhage?
No.
Moving on to wound K. What does that show?
That shows an entrance wound to the right axilla.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this penetrating or perforating?
This is penetrating.
And what does that mean?
That means that there is an entrance but not an exit.
Do J and K line up when the arm is in a downward position?
Yes, they could.
Moving on to
Objection,
wound
second
L.
line.
What is depicted in this wound?
That shows a graze wound.
What is a graze wound?
That's a superficial wound that only injures the skin, and it's caused by a projectile.
And in terms of, can you tell any sort of directionality on this graze wound?
It goes from back to front based on the skin tags you see right
Always go
here.
front to back, people,
And what are
front to
the skin
back.
tags?
Those are just defects, and they point towards where the projectile went.
Would wound L have been fatal by itself?
No.
Going on to wound M. What are we looking at here?
This is a entrance wound to the thigh.
And were you able to determine if there is a corresponding exit wound?
Not at the time of the autopsy.
After the autopsy was completed, I'm showing this been already entered into evidence as stage 8. Was this photo forwarded to your attention?
Yes,
And the unlabeled wound in stage 8, what does that show?
that shows an exit wound.
And does that unlabeled exit wound, does that match up with the wound track of wound M?
Yes.
Okay, and so it's clear, we're going to publish stage 8. And for stage 8, were you able to zoom in and read the name on the hospital band?
Yes, it says Christopher Thomas.
All right, so she did do the autopsy on the other dude.
Were
on
those hospital photos
YNW
available at the time of
Juvie.
autopsy?
No.
Okay, back to, so we discussed M. Going on to the photo that we are looking at here, what is this depicting?
That shows a series of entrance wounds to the back and to the right arm.
In terms of the height and weight of the decedent, do you document that?
Yes.
And what was the height and weight of Mr. Thomas?
His height was 69 inches and his weight was 145 pounds.
And can you translate that into feet and inches?
I believe that's 5'9".
5 times 12 is 60 plus 9? Is that the math you just did in your head?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not the best at math.
5'10" and he weighed
So going on to what's
145
been labeled
pounds.
as wound N.
Jesus.
Where is that
It
located
was
on
like
the
me
body?
in 8th grade.
N is located on the left side of the back.
And so
Dude, get
what I'm
some
gonna do is I'm
protein.
gonna go
Well,
forward
you're
to
too late
and work
now, but
backwards on these. So starting with this
Blick
overall
Panther's
shot,
his scrawny little guy.
Dr. Sutter, if you could
I
explain
could take him.
the orientation on this shot, where the head is, where the feet are.
So the ruler points towards where the head is. So, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. The head is above the letters and the feet are below the letters.
So as it is currently situated on the screen, where would the decedent or victim's head be?
Above N, O, P, Q, and R.
Okay. So to work backwards as to wound R.
It's a
Where is
pirate
this
wound.
wound?
Arr.
That wound is on the right side of the back.
And is this a penetrating or perforating wound?
It's a penetrating wound.
And so to remind the ladies and gentlemen, if it is penetrating, are you able to recover a projectile?
Yes.
So as to wound R, do you see evidence of hemorrhage?
The abrasion margin has no hemorrhage.
There's blood inside the center of that defect. Why?
Because when the blood vessels get ruptured, they will release whatever blood is inside them.
Does gravity still apply?
Yes.
So
No.
going backwards to
Getting
wound
shot
Q.
suspends the laws of physics.
Was there any sign of hemorrhage on this wound?
There is no hemorrhage on the abrasion.
For
What did that tell
fuck's
you
sakes.
from both R and Q?
That the heart was not beating at the time these wounds were inflicted.
Going to wound P.
It's a
Where
beating
is that?
heart about to burst.
P is located on the right side of the back.
And can you make any comments about the abrasion and the hemorrhage on wound P?
There is also a lack of hemorrhage on this wound.
Going back to O. What can you tell the ladies and the jury about O?
O is on the left side of the back, and there is very little hemorrhage around the abrasion margin.
Okay. And back to N. What can you tell the ladies and the jury about N?
N is on the left side of the back, and I also recovered some black fibers from it, and I submitted it as evidence.
Okay. And could you point to the fibers you're
That's
talking about?
racist. It's always
Here.
the black fibers that did
Here.
it right. Right, cop.
Okay, moving on to wound S. Where is wound S?
S is another graze wound, and that is located on the right buttock.
Can you determine a directionality from wound S?
No,
Why not?
because I could not see any skin tags left by the projectile.
Going on to the next photo here. What are we looking at this metal object there?
That is one of the recovered projectiles.
Did you collect that and label it?
Yes,
Was that submitted into evidence?
yes.
Moving on to the next projectile, where did you recover it from?
The right upper quadrant of the abdomen.
Is that the picture that we're looking at here on this one?
No,
Okay, so that other, to go back to the right upper quadrant of the abdomen, where was that found?
that corresponds to wound R.
So in
Sorry.
Sure.
Sidebarring across the USA. Okay, this seems like we have a very short sidebar.
every single projectile, every single wound track they go through?
No.
Okay. With regards to going back, I'm going to go back to just a photo of the projectile on the one that's from the right chest. What wound path did that equate with? And if you need to look at your report, please let me know.
Can I look at my report, please?
No.
The projectile that corresponds to the right chest is the projectile from wound P.
There's an objection pending, counsel objects to reading from the report, so just read it yourself, and then when you're done, you put your note down, and just you can indicate if your memory's refreshing and answer the question, all right?
Is it possible for you to
No,
read
sorry,
out
for
loud?
reviewing
Not
the
read out
report.
loud?
Are you able to
Can you read
tell
yourself?
the right chest which wound peak that came from? Rather?
From the entry of wound P.
So now going on to the right upper quadrant of the abdomen that's labeled as projectile 2. Do you recall where that particular projectile was recovered from?
I need to look at my report.
Please, if you're in refresh your recollection, look up once you are done.
Well, yeah, now that I've read it, now I
That
remember.
corresponds to the entry of labeled R.
So moving on to, in this particular photo here, what are we looking at?
That is one of the other projectiles that I recovered.
Is that next photo that we were looking at, projectile 3 from the left chest?
Yes,
Do you recall which projectile 3, which wound track it came from?
I would have to look at my report.
Please refresh your recollection, you need to. And once you're done, look at it.
That corresponds to wound, the entrance wound O.
Going on to the picture and next photo that we are looking at, what does this depict?
That is another projectile that I recovered from the axilla.
And what is the axilla?
That is the area near your armpit.
And is that the next photo, projectile number 4?
Yes,
And do you recall which wound path letter that corresponds to?
I would have to look at my report again.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please feel free to do so.
That corresponds to the entrance labeled N.
N is in Nancy.
Correct.
So moving on to the next projectile number 5 from that says left axilla.
Yes.
And so which wound tract was this particular projectile recovered from?
I would have to look at my report again.
Can you refresh my recollection, please? Feel free to do that.
Just reread the report from start to finish and then answer your questions.
Yeah, it would help. Save time,
That
probably.
Save a
corresponds
lot
to
of
the
time.
entrance wounds labeled K.
Going on to the next projectile, number 6. The right lower chest on that. So before we get to that, I noticed on the envelopes that we're looking at, it says pathologist Rebecca McDougall. That's not you.
Yes,
Why does it say her name on there?
because she was supervising me during the autopsy.
Okay, so going on to projectile number 5, right lower chest. Where was this projectile recovered from?
May I look at my report, please?
Please go to refresh your recollection. Whenever you're ready.
The entrance letter corresponds to Q.
Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
You are looking at the liver with a rod to show that there are defects to the liver.
And the defects that are shown, what are they?
They correspond to the trajectory of one of the gunshot wounds.
And in terms of normal anatomical position, where is the liver found?
That is found on your right side of your abdomen.
Going on to the next photo here, let me turn that one. What are we looking at in this photo?
That is a photograph depicting the heart, and the rods are showing 2 defects to the heart.
And in terms of the hemorrhage on the heart, is that shown in this photo?
The hemorrhage is from the blood that was in the pericardium, which is the sac that contains the heart.
In terms of do you have an opinion as to whether or not the heart was beating when those projectiles made a defects to it?
No.
No, it wasn't beating, or no, you don't have an opinion?
No, it wasn't being.
Going on to the foreign material, are these items you pointed out previously?
Yes.
What are we looking at in this photo? Hold on, let me turn it for the. You could explain what this is?
This is showing the brain and the extensive subarachnoid hemorrhage it has, and the lacerations that you can see to the right side of the cerebellum, which controls your balance, and also to the pons and the medulla and the midbrain.
So in terms of where we're looking right now, could you give me an orientation? Is this top, bottom?
This is the bottom side of the brain.
Okay. And for the head that you had in front of you, the styrofoam, could you show where on that how that would be oriented and put in the same position?
So you would have to, so it's upside down and turned around.
Okay.
So if
Upside
you were to
down,
cut this open and hollow it out,
inside
you would
out.
just literally flip it back in like that.
So what are we looking at in this photo here?
That is the base of the skull.
And what has been done to get access to this part of the skull?
So I inserted a rod to show that the trajectory from the injury from the left cheek went all the way through and crossed into the right side of the cranial occipital bone.
And in terms of, is there evidence of hemorrhage along this wound tract?
Yes.
Would you have an opinion as to if the individual was alive or the heart was beating when this wound was inflicted?
Yes.
And what would that be?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
What would your opinion be?
So my opinion is that at the time that this gunshot wound was inflicted, because of all the hemorrhage to the base of the brain, that this individual was alive.
Okay. Going on to projectile number 7. Where was this projectile recovered from?
On the right occipital bone.
Same from the picture we just looked at?
Correct.
Okay.
The
Going
right
on
oxy
to
dildo?
these fragments here. Where were these
Occipital
recovered
lobe.
from?
Can I look at my recording again?
That makes
If you
more
need to,
sense.
please.
I must have misheard.
These fragments were collected with wound
I honestly heard that.
with the entrance wound from lettered R.
R, okay. So I want to go back for just a moment to what is image DSC_5507, and that particular set of wounds. Dr. Sauter, after you completed the autopsy in this case, did you go and see the vehicle in which the decedent was running?
I went to see the vehicle after this autopsy was signed up, yes.
Why did you do that?
because it was,
I have no idea what that means, Kevin.
And
I'm
when you
disturbed.
say a teaching opportunity,
I did it again.
did you view the trajectory rods that
How
were
shall
placed in
not-
the back
anyway.
of the seat?
Yes.
And then put them side by side so you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Oops. They crucified me one more time. Oh,
Were you able to correlate the wounds
yeah.
in through R with the trajectory rods in the back of the seat?
Objection. Non-objection.
Question of cycle.
All right. More sidebarring. Not sure what the point is. Other than she's just like going through, he got shot in the left side of his face, and then the right side, he was dead when they shot him. It's looking extra
Why is
bad.
that important to do?
To see if we can gather more information regarding our lateral and independent investigation.
Is that important for positioning of the body?
Objection leading.
Why is that important?
Because we would like to see in what position the body was at the time of death.
And in terms of, based on your scene visit in this case, are you able to determine what position the body was in?
Same objection.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need a few minutes with the attorneys. Just leave that in the past, please. Don't discuss the case.
Oh.
Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case. All right?
This is the judge saying I need to yell at the lawyers here for a few minutes. Everybody out.
Jury stepped down, Counselor Manuel with defendant. So I sustain the objection, initially sidebar. I don't know what we've done to be able to establish her identity. I don't know if this is something she's done in the past, or if it's something that she taught in school or something along those lines, but I need more of a background to show qualifications.
Dr. Sutter, in terms of your forensic pathology experience, is it important to go to the scene?
I went to many scenes during my fellowship, yes.
And can you explain to the court why you need to go to the scene and see the surroundings a body was in when it was deceased?
So that I can see the position, if I can see if the autopsy findings correspond to my findings, or the information I was given from the investigation, and things to that nature.
Based on the scene visit in this case, were you able to further your
No.
autopsy and your opinion as to what happened?
I had already established.
She
the cause and
tried to
manner of
ask
death
it
at the
differently,
time- at the
and it
end of
didn't
this
work.
Autopsy, and the scene visit occurred months after I had finalized the case.
And in terms of the positioning of the body at the time that wounds in through R, are you able to render an opinion based on the defects in the car and the defects in the body?
Yes,
And what is that?
that the decedent was slouched over slightly, and they would match to the defects on his back.
And in terms of the opinion as to whether or not the decedent was alive at the time that wounds in through R are placed onto the body, does the scene visit help and assist you in an opinion on that?
Yes.
And how so?
So I can see that there was no hemorrhage on these wounds, and that I collected black foreign material from one of these wounds, and I submitted it as evidence.
Apparently that would be the proper testimony, the state would be eliciting in front of the jury.
May I ask a question, sir?
Yes.
Have you ever been declared an expert in the trajectory of bullets?
No.
I object.
So, Counselor, did you take this witness's deposition?
Yes.
And was she tendered as an expert in any type of trajectory analysis?
No, she was not, nor did we get notice, nor did we get any notice that she was. They do have an expert on trajectory that they listed 3 or 4 years later.
In any of the reports that you received, did you get any, was it contain any opinions by the doctor as to this type of testimony?
No, sir.
So, I guess I don't understand it. It's not something that's disclosed, it's done afterwards, after the autopsy was done. It doesn't concern the cause and manner of death. And there's
So
no, I mean, I don't know how this is going to aid the jury, number one. And number two, it seems to me that if the expert's given an opinion, it should have been disclosed.
And none of this was disclosed, this was all provided to defense well in advance, all of this was done prior to the arrest of the
Can I
defendant?
stop you for a second?
Yes.
I thought Mr. Adelstein just told me it wasn't disclosed, he had no knowledge of it.
No, this is all predates the arrest of the defendant. They have copies of all of these images and photographs.
Understand the images and photographs they may have copies of, but was it disclosed to Mr. Adelstein or any of the defense counsel that the doctor was going to render an opinion on trajectory analysis, or how to?
She's not rendering an opinion on trajectory analysis. She's rendering an opinion on the defects in the body, that they are consistent with, and the material is consistent with the vehicle, which is why she went out and looked at the vehicle. She's not getting a trajectory on that.
That's not totally correct. Dr. McDougall took her out to the scene because this is one of 3 cases in her entire experience that she could determine which injury occurred first, which was a fatal injury on both. And it was a learning experience for her because she was merely a fellow under the supervision of Dr. McDougall, with all due respect.
So I guess there's an objection to it, the testimony. And I guess my concern is twofold. Number one is that there's an objection based on her background and expertise. Does it allow her to render an opinion as to this? That's part of it. And the other part is, to me, is Mr. Adelstein told me, this is something new to him. He's not aware of it. So is there anything in the doctor's report, any of the reports that were tendered over to the defense counsel that suggests the doctor can render some type of opinion like this, that the location of the wounds on the victim's back are consistent with the way they went through the seat in the automobile?
Yes, Your Honor, this was disclosed to defense from day one. These particular images are actually listed right next to one another in the arrest warrant, indicating that the witnesses had testified and had provided this witness because she did the autopsy of Christopher Thomas. That was the individual who went out to the scene, and that she has testified and presented to this court that this helped in corroborating and explaining her testimony, and that the scene visit helped in explaining her testimony and showing that the individual was already deceased when those particular bullet wounds went in. If Your Honor will recall, the co-defendant's statement was played in which it was supposedly a drive-by gone back. That's already been put before the jury. This is going to the matter that is at issue, showing that this drive-by was completely staged. That he was already dead at the point when those wounds were put in.
All right.
And back to you, Mr. Adelstein. I'm sorry, I thought you indicated on multiple occasions you haven't received any notice of this, and counsel suggesting you have.
So we have not received any notice that she was going to testify to anything other than manner and cause of death, which she has done.
So show me where you notified them, defense, that she was testifying.
Ooh, the judge doesn't believe the prosecution.
In terms of her expertise in.
Okay, so what's going on here is she's being brought in to testify about a certain specific set of facts. Cause and manner of death. Now the prosecution is trying to bring her in to talk about the trajectory of the bullets and how all that, which is beyond what the defense alleges that they were told. And so it seems that the judge is not really believing the prosecutor and is saying, show me where you told him she was going to be testifying about this thing. Because you have to tell them essentially what the witnesses are going to be testifying about so that they can prepare for cross-examination and whatnot. So that's what this is all about. The defense is saying we weren't told she was going to be testifying about this. The prosecution says, yes, you were. And the judge said, well, show me where you told them that she was going to be testifying about this stuff. And that's what they're going to be doing. And Lacey Pettis says, Jeff, will you turn on the captions, please? There are no captions right here. He says subtitle / closed captions unavailable. It's not me. If I had them, they would be turned on. As soon as we wrap up this, we're going to start today's session. We're about an hour behind on that. And that will have closed captions. But there's no closed captions on this. So as soon as we get through this, there will be closed captions.
The cause and manner of death, Your Honor, with regards to that, the initial arrest warrant, like I said, has both of these pictures on it next to one another, showing that they line
Is
up.
something that says the doctor's going to testify to that fact?
It's something that was told to law enforcement by the medical examiner staff.
Is that somewhere in your reports?
Well, here King Ginger said she literally just said it's not about trajectory, but the defense said, oh, yes, it is, because she went out there to look at the car to see, to see the scene and how this happened. And if she's not going to testify about the trajectory, here we go.
Was We were put on notice approximately 3.5 to 4 years after this incident, after the autopsy, and after all of this.
So it's clear she is not testifying on trajectory. She is testifying on the defects to the body on that, and that the defects to the body are consistent with the defects to the back of the seat.
What does that have to do with the manner and cause of death?
Showing that.
Listen, ma'am, I don't need any hands, all right? Purple shirt, I don't need anything, all right? You, yes, ma'am. I don't need you to make a hand gesture or anything, all right?
Okay, now the judge is officially pissed at everybody. Yeah, so that's what this is all about. King Ginger saying she literally just said it's not about trajectory, but then the defense is arguing that, hey, that if it's just about cause and manner of death, she doesn't need to go out to the crime scene to see the vehicle and to see how the bullets entered the vehicle. So she's going to be talking about this, and it's beyond the scope. And the judge seems to be agreeing with the defense. Like, how is this not what you said you're not going to do? And apparently the Ludo, the She-Hulk for the defense, was like waving her hand, and now the judge is giving this expression saying, I don't need you to be waving your hands at me either. I got this under control. So the judge seems to be agitated by this. So the prosecution better come up with something specifically saying that she was going to testify to this. Let's see if they do. Where'd I put my window? Here it is.
Showing that in terms of when these wounds were inflicted, the individual was already dead. That was slumped over, and there was no hemorrhage and things like that. It's the same that we've been talking about for the last hour, and it's up at this point.
Better find something quick, counselor.
I guess it's coming down to me, is there anything in the autopsy report that suggests that this testimony is forthcoming, or anything in her deposition that suggests this testimony is forthcoming?
I don't believe a copy of her deposition was ever ordered on that. And in terms of specifically in the deposition, counsel, in terms of, and I had notes to this effect, had discussions and asked questions about contact with Christopher Williams and his analysis that was done. He's the one that did the trajectory analysis on that, and they talked about the ballistic reports on that, and the date for depo was February 24th, 2022. Also, they talked about the scene visit and observing the vehicle with the rods inside the vehicle at that point. And then she testified in her depo that the pattern on the back matches the car.
So you're saying it's in the deposition?
It is.
Thank you. And your dispute that I take was raised?
I don't have any recollection of that. And even if it was there, she's not an expert. And it was Dr. McDougall who took her out there to show her. This is a rare situation which I can determine what was the first shot, which was the fatal shot on both of the victims. That was it.
You hold on?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Objection notice overruled. I'll let her testify.
Oh,
Can we bring the jury back in? Yes, sir.
okay, surprise. He certainly acted like he wasn't going to let it in, but he did. So she gets to testify. Judge's pensive look is amusing. And while we're waiting for the jury to come back in, we can skip through that a little bit here. Anything to add of awesomeness, Ozzy?
Thank you, Peter.
Unfortunately,
Oh.
there wasn't really much to say there.
You got my hopes up there. All right, well, we're just about done with her, and then we can start today. I mean, like, we are just about done with her. What do you got, like another 10 minutes?
Dr. Sauter may go stand. Counsel, please continue.
Okay, Dr. Sauter, we were talking about the viewing of these two photographs. The image on the left is what?
The image on the left are the entrance wounds to the back.
And the picture on the right, what does that depict?
Those are trajectory rods in the back seat of a car.
Did you place the trajectory rods in that car?
No.
Did you go out and visit that car after rods had been placed in it at a later date?
Yes.
Based on your training and education, can you make any opinion as to the defects that are on the body and the images and the rods in the car?
Objection. Sustained.
So Dr. Sauter, in terms of the defects on the body, are they consistent with the defects in the car?
Objection.
Yes.
So in terms of the other evidence that you collected, you mentioned there was more material from the left side of the back and the torso.
Correct.
Prior to coming into court today, you had the opportunity to review the items of evidence and what's been marked as states quadruple C for identification purposes?
Yes.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple C in at state 76.
Any objection?
States what we proceed.
Hold on. Nothing. No, your objection.
Nothing.
No objection. That'll be admitted.
States what we proceed to be state 76.
Okay, Dr. Sauter, in terms of was toxicology done on Mr. Thomas?
Yes, it was.
And were you able to provide information as to the results of that work?
Yes.
And what were the results of the toxicology for Mr. Thomas?
He had cannabinoids in his system, which is just another word for marijuana.
Can you tell in terms of time since ingestion?
No.
Can you tell the amount that was ingested?
No.
And did you come into an opinion as to the cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right.
Great.
Doctor, at the time you performed the autopsy, I believe you were a fellow at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office. Is that correct?
Yes.
That means you were working under the supervision of either the medical examiner or an associate medical examiner was reviewing your work, correct?
I was under the supervision of the associate or the chief.
Okay, and in this case, it was Dr. McDougall, correct?
Correct.
Now, all of these injuries that you've described were either intermediate or indeterminate.
Correct.
That means that, well, first of all, do you know how many shooters were involved in this case?
No.
No.
Do you know the weapon that was used in this case?
No.
You can't place the shooter or shooters when these injuries occur, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that you did an external examination, and you said the individual was 5'7"?
I believe I said 5'9".
Excuse me, 5'9". And he weighed 145 pounds,
Correct.
and he had dreadlocks, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you cut his hair before you did the complete autopsy?
I did not cut his hair.
Okay. Do you know if anyone examined those dreadlocks to determine if there was any stippling, gunpowder, or anything?
No.
Did you examine his clothes?
He came unclothed to our office.
I believe Detective Moretti was present, wasn't he?
I don't remember if Detective Moretti was there. I know that Detective Tomlin was there because I handed him my chain of custody for the evidence.
Okay. And you know that Detective Moretti is the lead detective?
That's what I was told, yes.
You also know that it's important to examine the clothes of the decedent to determine possibly the range of the shooter or shooters, correct?
In the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office, our decedents are usually received unclothed.
Okay. But you know from your experience that the clothes are an important factor in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
You also know that especially someone who has long hair, unfortunately I have no hair, but you know that someone who has long hair could give evidence as to the location of the shooter or shooters, distance-wise, because that collects stippling, gunpowder, etc.
Sustain, rephrase, break it down.
I certainly will. You know that long hair can collect gunpowder residue.
Yes, that's possible.
And you know that this individual had long hair, in fact, dreadlocks, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Do you know if any detective or any crime scene investigator collected that evidence?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know why?
Nope.
So you don't know the distance of the shooter or shooters, correct?
Correct.
You don't know the guns that were used, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if the clothing was collected and examined,
That's not part of my job.
and you don't know if the hair or the dreadlocks were examined by anybody from either the Miramar Police Department or the Broward Sheriff's Office, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you prepared a report, correct?
Yes.
That was in 2018 or 19, wasn't it?
I believe
You can look at your report to get the date.
I completed and signed the report January 24th of 2019.
Now, you learned, did you not, approximately 3 years later, you had made a mistake in that report, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And you learned that. And Dr. McDougall had to prepare another report for you.
She
Correct.
amended the report. Yes.
Amended the report for you,
Yes.
3 years later.
Yes, because I no longer worked there anymore.
And you're aware, are you not? In order to place the shooter or shooters when this individual received all those injuries, that you need the same gun, correct?
Yes.
You need the same ammunition, correct? You need to look at the clothes and the hair and the stippling or the gunshot residue.
Other people do that, yes.
Yes, but you know that's
Yes,
necessary.
that's trained.
Okay. And Dr. McDougall indicated that she took you out to look at the car as a learning experience. Was
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And that learning experience was because in all of her autopsies, which I think she said were in the thousands, and at that time, you had performed how many autopsies?
You would have to go back to the Broward County office and get those numbers.
But you were being supervised by Dr. McDougall.
Yes.
Okay. She took you out there as a learning experience because in all of her career, it's very unusual to determine what is shot, the first shot to an individual versus the second, third, fourth, or fifth shot, correct?
Correct.
And she took you out there to show you that the first shot on the individual you did the autopsy was the fatal shot to the head, I think you said, or the neck. Cheek, excuse me, was the fatal shot, correct?
Yes.
Which means that the person, when the other shots occurred, was dead, correct?
Can you repeat that again, please?
The first shot to the cheek was the fatal shot.
Yes.
That killed him, correct?
Yes.
The other shots that you described, and we saw photographs of, occurred after the death because there was no bleeding or hemorrhage, correct?
Correct.
And that was the reason why Dr. McDougall took you out there, because in her career, it was so unusual to say, this is shot
It's
number
so
one, first
unusual
shot
to
that
be
occurred.
loved by
Right.
anyone.
Yes.
Can I have a moment?
Yes, sir.
Boss to say I'm finished.
Thank you, sir. Madam, you have your redirect?
Yes, just briefly.
Uh,
On room B, Is there some evidence of hemorrhage on wound B?
No.
In terms of indeterminate range, what does that mean?
That means that I can't tell because there is the absence of a muzzle imprint or stippling.
And what does intermediate range mean?
That means that there is stippling around the wound.
And is there a range in which you would call a wound intermediate in distance?
Intermediate would be where I have stippling, and that could be anywhere from 3 to 36 inches.
No further questions, John.
One question.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any evidence to indicate this young man was involved in
Your
this?
Honor.
Stay.
A little argumentative.
This witness excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Step down. Excused, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a adjourn for the evening. Keep your mopeds on your chairs. We'll see everybody back tomorrow at 9. Remember the admonition, you are not.
All right, go away. Whew, we finished yesterday afternoon. Now we got to start in on today. How you doing, Hayden? It's 1 a.m. there.
I'll take that opportunity then to bow out because it's 1:15. I'm going to drive in the morning. So, but yeah, you're not wrong. That last question that he asked was extraordinarily argumentative for what he was doing. It was the whole, if there's no real facts pound the table, that was a bad attempt at pounding the table.
Wow, your microphone was so bad it got 30% of whatever that was. It was all poppy and crackly.
Fair enough. Any better?
Okay, now I can hear you fine. Yeah, it's perfectly fine.
Okay. What I was saying was that guy took a crack at pounding the table, and that was a very, very bad attempt at it. So,
Yeah. A little argumentative.
yeah.
So you're going to abandon me. You're going to leave me alone here while you go out and do responsible things like go to sleep.
Well,
Well, that ain't
yeah,
fair.
I mean,
It's
I
like,
do have
yeah,
to
I
drive
know.
in the morning, so, I'd rather not wrap myself around a tree by accident. So,
Yeah, I'd rather you didn't do
I'll be
that,
listening
too.
anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Well, everybody
anyway,
needs
guys,
to go over
stay
to
healthy, welcome,
Lil
guys.
Dundee. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there. I was going to grift you before you left.
That's fine.
Hang on. Push pause button on yours out there. Go to Aussie Overlord, where he's going to do stuff, and he's going to tell you what he's going to do what stuff he's going to be doing. Tell us what you're going to be doing.
So in about 5 hours, I'll be doing my usual show. It'll probably be about an hour because I got an early client. But guys, I do Law News and Laughter pretty much daily at 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern, depending on whether or not I wake up in time. But trying for better consistency. But yeah, we just look at cases, the odd news article, and I try and keep things entertaining and give my view on the world. Some people like it, some people don't. Some people hate watch, but I'm good with that too. So.
Hate watches
anyway.
or watches.
Exactly. All interactions, so it boosts me in the algorithm. But anyway, guys, as always, please remember, you are not a piece of shit. Even if you... Wow, it's actually been that long I forgot my own line. You are not a piece of shit. You do have value, and you do contribute to society. Even if all you do is hit that like button for Jeff. I'll see you all later. Cheers, guys.
Sleep well, sir. Have a good night.
Fingers crossed.
That is Aussie Overlord. Make sure you go over there and subscribe to his channel and like everything he's ever done because he rocks. He deserves the subs. He deserves to be like way ahead of me in the sub count because he's just that damn awesome. So make sure you get over there and subscribe to Aussie Overlord. People are asking, where is Behandler? Behandler is probably sleeping the sleep of the just. She said she would be here if and when she wakes up. We'll just have to see how it goes. But from here on out, it looks like you've just got me for the time being. And we are going to start this morning. We are going to go with the live current today thing, still at 1.25 speed until we catch up. Let's see what the new people are for the day. We currently have 660 viewers and 613 likes. So that's a pretty darn good ratio. But there's still a bunch of you that haven't hit that like and subscribe button. So please pop on down there and do that. We've got some new members. We've got a lot of cool stuff going on here. And just a very, very, very quick thing. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing an hour of O.J. Simpson trial before this trial. And then on Friday, I'm going to take the day off and just chill because I need to. And Saturday, I will be on early Saturday morning, I will be on MLS Law with Chandler Remington, with MLS Law himself. And boy, my brain is not working here. and Chandler Remington, MLS Law, myself, and Solomon Anderson, where we're going to be talking about Zachariah Anderson and some developments in that case and a call to arms, so to speak. And then after that, I will be on with Jessica Reloaded, where we'll be talking about Am I the Asshole and talking about things. And then I'm going to be going to the first of many birthday parties over the next couple of weeks. So that's what's coming up here real quick. All right. And next Friday will be my birthday stream here. And then the 14th will be my July F at Friday stream. That's how we're going. All right. So let's go. Let's do that and jump into days before I sink further down in the chair and then I cage myself. We don't want that. So here we go. Let's bring up the oldie new video for today. Let's see. Share screen. And here we go live. But at 1.25.
You are Christopher Williams?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
This is our witness stand. Come on in. Just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please state your full legal name for the record. Christopher Williams. Please spell your first and last name for the record. CHRIS, TOPHER, WNWMS.
Please have a seat.
Didn't hear a damn thing he just said.
One of you will adjust up or down, move back and forth. All right, ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good morning. Detective, how are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Very well. Thank you for asking. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and tell them where you work?
I am now Sergeant Christopher Williams. I work for the Broward County Sheriff's Office.
Christopher Williams.
Congratulations on your promotion. My apologies, Sergeant.
Thank you.
So, Sergeant, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your current assignment is with the Broward Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a sergeant assigned to the Road Patrol Division in the Pompano Beach District.
And how long have you been there?
1 month.
In terms of prior to going and becoming a sergeant on that promotion, what did you do for the Sheriff's Office?
Previous to that, I worked in the crime scene unit of the Sheriff's Office for 11 years.
When you worked in the crime scene unit, were you a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes.
What were some of your job responsibilities and tasks as a crime scene detective?
So crime scene detective for the Broward Sheriff's Office, most of us are all sworn. We have 12 sworn law enforcement officers in there.
Oops, sorry.
3 civilians. We respond to major crime scenes, rape, murder, homicide, suicide, suspicious death, police
Don't
involved
try
shootings,
suicide.
and
Nobody's
robberies
worth
with
it.
a crime scene and a victim. We also respond to shootings that happen with a victim as well. And we investigate. Those are the only things that we investigate. Anything less would be investigated by Road Patrol Division.
And bonus,
So,
we can
Sergeant,
hear
you
this
mentioned,
guy.
that you work for the Broward Sheriff's Office. What jurisdictional boundaries do you do work for the Broward Sheriff's Office?
We have the entire county of Broward.
Do you assist other agencies on occasion?
We do. So we have naturally there's I believe 27 municipalities in the county of Broward. The sheriff has 17 contracts for police services for those for 17 of them. And there's some smaller municipalities that we have what's called an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with Lighthouse Point, Hillsborough Mile, Hillsborough Beach, the smaller agencies who don't necessarily have as much crime, but when they do, the crime scene unit for the sheriff's office will go and assist them with it. On top of that, we will assist other agencies, such as Hallandale Beach. We have an MOU with them currently right now to investigate their homicides.
All right, we get more of his
We also
fascinating
will assist
resume
other
here.
agencies at the request of that agency or at the request of the state attorney's office.
So with regards to the 11 years in crime scene as a detective, what did you do before that for the Sheriff's Office?
Prior to that, I worked on road patrol in the city of Deerfield Beach. And prior to that, I worked in the jail for 2 years.
So in terms of your entire time at the Sheriff's Office, how many years?
All right, let's see if we can skip ahead through some of his resume here.
To specifically your training and experience in the crime scene unit. Do you take special?
Which is law enforcement trust funds. It's money seized from drug forfeitures, drug money, drug cars, stuff like that. And the city actually
Wow, I haven't
set aside
updated my banner in a while, have
$25,000
I?
a year at that time to send deputies to schools. I opted to take them up on that offer and attended multiple advanced traffic homicide investigation classes, basic traffic homicide investigation classes, traffic crash reconstruction classes, at that expense, which I was very fortunate to do.
So after you took some of these traffic crash reconstruction classes, approximately how many of those reconstructions did you do while working on road patrol?
A lot. Probably every single crash.
All right, so he does crash reconstructions.
You come to a stop. So that you have measurements of the skid marks to obtain a speed. You have measurements of the crush damage from each vehicle. And you also have what's called coefficient of friction, which is the gripping, if you will, of the road. So all of that requires trig, and it all gets put into a very long math equation.
Trigonometry.
To actually calculate
he wins.
the speed that the person was going when they crashed into the other car or wall or tree, whatever they crashed into. The same things are applied if they don't skid. So if they don't skid and they crash right into a tree without even touching the brakes, that crush damage also gets applied to determine their speed.
So Detective, it sounds like you use a lot of that high school trigonometry and geometry that we learned.
Yes.
High
school trigonometry? What, did you go to Wizard Academy?
With regards to shooting reconstruction.
Sorry, that's how much I suck at math. I was not allowed anywhere near trigonometry, ever.
So it's the same principles that of math that are applied in the traffic crash reconstruction that would be applied in shooting reconstruction.
So going into specifically shooting reconstruction courses, have you taken a number of those while working as a crime scene detective?
I have.
And can you talk about the number of ones that you've taken?
I've taken West Virginia State University shooting reconstruction class and a shooting reconstruction class with the University of North Florida, the Institute of Police Technology and Management.
And in terms of the number of hours in shooting reconstruction courses on those two that you just discussed, approximately how many?
Approximately 80 hours.
Additionally, have you taken the basic traffic homicide investigation course?
Yes.
And you talked about traffic crash reconstruction courses. Have you taken other ones of those while you've been a crime scene detective?
For traffic crash?
Yes.
No.
Do you take a class in terms of death investigations?
Yes.
And what is that?
So death investigations is to determine what you're looking at when you see a deceased body. So I always like to say that the body's the biggest rat on the planet.
And that is exactly why I said that, Daily Quick Bites.
You'll be able to determine what happened.
So Sergeant, Sergeant, in terms of the time of arrival on scene, is crime scene there before the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
So when you are first looking and determining whether or not a death is suspicious, you're the first person looking at that body?
Correct.
So can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that principles of death investigation class taught you briefly?
So it would teach us if we're dealing with an overdose, what to look for when we're dealing with an overdose. It would teach us if it's what to look for with, if there's gunshot wounds, what to look for if you have what looks to be nothing, you just have a body there and 23-year-old male who just died. Teaches us what to look for. So we're looking for petechia hemorrhaging, which you'll see in the eyes, which are little blood vessels that are throughout your whole entire body. And if they are squeezed, if you have particular squeeze, you'll see petechia hemorrhaging in the eyes. You'll see it on the bottom of the eyelids. You also see it in the chest quite often. In an area where there's trauma of strangulation, you'll see lots of petechia hemorrhaging. So that's just some of what we're looking for when we're making our determination on what actually happened with this with the decedent.
During the death investigation course, does it give you a general idea of how to collect evidence on those cases?
Yes.
Do you also have training in specific crime scene investigations and collection of evidence?
Yes.
About how many hours?
Well, that was 40 hours also.
And in terms of your day-to-day job when you were in crime scene, how much of your time was spent actually collecting, documenting, and preserving evidence?
So we are quite busy in Broward County. There's only 12 of us, and we have, like I said, 17 cities to serve, and our MOU cities. So roughly 1 or 2 a day.
So would that be half of your time?
Yes.
You talked a little bit about shooting reconstruction courses that you took. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen a little bit about what is an approach angle or an angle of entry?
An angle of entry would be from a projectile or a bullet into a target. So it's the flight path, if you will. As it's going in, that flight path would then once it makes its contact with its target, we would then be able to determine its angle of entry.
And is that similar to some of the things you do in the traffic crash reconstruction, the approach angles of cars hitting one another?
Yes, so approach angles would also apply to traffic crash investigations. So it's a little different. It's the same math, but essentially, if you have a car that T-bones another car, one car is going 80 and the other car is going 40. What happens is due to physics and velocity, they end up switching speeds, and the 40-mile-an-hour car goes faster and the 80-mile-an-hour car goes slower. So those are part of approach angles, and that's how we would be able to determine pre-crash speed and post-crash speed. So a lot of times you'll see that you'll have a higher speed from the original and a lower speed from the original, and that throws people off sometimes.
So does this also help with the shooting reconstruction? You're using that same angle map.
Yes.
Have you taken classes in blood stain pattern analysis?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is first?
So blood is a unique liquid. It contains, it's unlike any liquid on the planet, so it has unique features when it is altered. So when it's outside of the body and contact is made with it, it will create a pattern. Or if you have, say, a knife and you stab it into somebody and you pull that knife out, the knife naturally will have blood on it, and that blood coming back on the knife, with the knife coming in the backwards position, will come off of the blade and it will make a stain. Or if you take blood and hit it with a hammer, it will make a different type of stain. So there's several types of stains that are associated with blood stain, and those all need to be interpreted to determine exactly what happened. And in some cases, it can tell you where the assailant was.
Okay. In terms of blood stain pattern analysis, how long was that class that you took?
40 hours.
Did they have a discussion about what is blowback?
Yes.
What is that?
So blowback is very simple.
Yeah, Flux, we're in your bailiwick here. Where are you?
In this courtroom.
Come on, Flux, and join us for this conversation about voodoo science.
Big nozzle on it. You get ready to wash the car. You hit the rim, and what happens? The water comes right back at you and hits you in the face. The same thing would happen with blowback. So if you're in close vicinity with a firearm and you shoot somebody, depending on where you shoot them at on their body, the blood will come back in that same direction of the velocity that it came from. So if it came from me to you, if the bullet went from me to you, the blood is going to come from you to me. Same thing as the garden hose theory. It's a phenomenon that happens. It's all with Newton. Newton figured it all out, and he was very right, and you can't ever escape it.
So with regards to that, if you shoot a dead body, do you have the same blowback pattern?
No, you will not.
Why not?
So a dead body, it does not have any circulation. So there's no blood flowing through the body. Post-mortem, once you're dead, what happens is we get what's called rigor mortis, which is also called lividity. And what that is pooling of the blood. So if you die on your back, almost immediately the blood starts to pool all the way to your back. So all the blood will just kind of, gravity brings it all the way down to your back. Eventually it will become fixed and it will stay there. So if we roll you over, it will not go back in that other direction. If it's not yet fixed, we can flip the body over and the blood will then flow the other way again.
Is that something that would help determine an approximate time of death?
Yes, so the lividity starts to kick in anywhere between 4 to 6 hours after death. It will become fixed approximately 18 hours after death. So generally when we come in contact with a body, we will check for lividity. And a lot of times, I could probably show on my hand, if you touch and then let go, you see that my hand was red because there's blood there, and then I push and it's white, but it then refills with blood. With lividity, that's called blanching. So it's not, when lividity blanches, that means that lividity is not fixed. remember I told you that it will become permanent. So if we touch the lividity portion of a body and it doesn't blanch, then we know that the lividity is fixed, and we know an approximate time of death.
In terms of the goal of a crime scene detective or reconstruction, what are you trying to work backwards to?
Can you restate that?
Sure. Do you know when you go there and see a body, what happened before?
Not right away.
So what is your goal in any sort of crime scene reconstruction?
To read the crime scene. So I want to read what the crime scene is telling me. The crime scene is going to, it sounds corny, but it's going to talk to me. It's going to tell me what happened, where it happened. It's not going to necessarily tell me why. I'm not interested in why, but I am interested in what happened, where it happened, and what evidence was left behind due to the actions of what happened.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about the crime scene photography you did as well, and the crime scene reconstruction of a shooting incident. Do you also have training just in homicide investigation and advanced homicide investigations?
I do.
And what types of timeframes and hours on those?
For homicide investigation was a 40-hour class, and advanced homicide investigation was another 40-hour class.
So Sergeant Williams, with regards to your on-the-job experience, do you have training and experience putting those skills that you learned in practice?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations did you go to during your 11 years in crime scene?
Approximately 800.
In terms of,
Okay.
as a crime scene traffic homicide crash, did you go to incidents in which the vehicle was the weapon?
Yes.
And how many times was that an issue?
Twice.
And in terms of the shooting reconstructions, how many times have you had the opportunity to use those skills in practice?
So those skills and practices, I would say well over 100. Anytime that a shooting reconstruction can be done, it will be done. And it's important. Our job in crime scene is to figure out what happened.
How far are we from a
corroborate
break?
stories, and if the evidence
Ooh, we
the
get
evidence
photos.
can corroborate somebody's story. So it's that's if it can be reconstructed, then naturally we're going to reconstruct it.
And in terms of prior opportunities.
All right,
as
we're
a
about
court
30
as a
minutes
shooting
away from our break.
reconstruction expert, have you done it?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
2 other times
And in what jurisdiction was that?
here in Broward County.
Going in terms of when you're doing these shooting reconstructions, what are you first step in this process?
The first step is so if in a car and a
Okay, so now I like this guy. I mean, he's clear, he's loud, we can understand what he's saying, and he's just talking scientific things at this point. So we'll have to see how it goes as we go throughout the day. Wolfram with the $5 super chat. Objection: the operation game does not train one on trajectories. Nice. Special KL, did Melly have gunshot residue on his hands? We don't know. Apparently they didn't test him because he wasn't around for a while. I don't know. Captain Have Fun Math was once considered magic. Simply counting was magic, or what? This sounds like the same really nut/stupid people. No, it's because you could use math to do things. Historically, the historical Merlin, the court magician for King Arthur, it's speculated that he was a very, very primitive or early physicist, or perhaps a structural or civil engineer using mathematics to do things such as leverage, using like a lever to lift a big, gigantic, heavy object with just a minute amount of pressure on a lengthy fulcrum, or using like a system of levers, that sort of thing, where you can use equations and math to solve civil and structural engineering problems. So that's what I mean. For example, that's just one example that Merlin the magician is speculated to have been a civil engineer or a physicist of some sort. And Captain Have Fun, is mens rea a scene from Stir Crazy? No, the mens rea thing that I used at the beginning, that is from obviously Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor movie called See No Evil, Hear No Evil. So that's It's a funny film. See no evil, hear no evil is what it's called.
House or just in general?
Yes.
Okay. So the first step obviously is to say we have a house. First step is to process our scene and collect as much evidence as we can before we do any type of reconstruction. So we want to document as much as possible, collect as much as possible, because Locard's theory for crime scene is you introduce something to a crime scene every time you enter, and you take something away from a crime scene every time you exit. So therefore, we want to maintain Locard and stay in, document, collect, process the scene before we do any type of reconstruction.
So, Detective Sergeant, is a shooting reconstruction an absolute fact of what happened, or a reasonable explanation?
It's a reasonable explanation.
Why is that?
Because I wasn't there. I wasn't there to witness it. I wasn't there to stop it. So there's no way for me to be absolute. I can be pretty close though.
Okay, so talking, you said, on Locard and not introducing anything new to the crime scene, what types of measures do you take to make sure you don't leave any evidence of your entry into the crime scene behind?
So we'll generally don tie-back suits, which if you've ever watched Forensic Files or anything, you see us in the goofy Smurf suits.
Smurf suits.
Gloves, masks, eyewear. And the whole purpose of that is we don't want our hair in there. We don't want our DNA in there. We don't want our fingerprints in there. And our sweat. We want to try to gather as much evidence from us and contain it in the Smurf suit.
Okay, in terms of, you said you weren't there. Can you ever state with 100% certainty, absent a video, how a firearm was being held?
No.
Can you ever say with 100% certainty exactly how many feet a shooter was away from a moving target?
A standard or a standing shooter to a moving target?
Yes.
No.
What about the opposite? You have a moving shooter and a stationary target.
No.
Why not?
Because, excuse me, I'm sorry.
If you need water or anything, please let me know.
So the movement of these items is going to create false distances because the target has, the receiving end of the bullet, the projectile, has moved. So if the receiving end of the projectile is stationary, then we can do a complete reconstruction.
So if there's movement involved, that complicates it.
Yes.
Are you trying to make and determine locations potentially to look for evidence?
I'm sorry?
In doing a shooting reconstruction, are you trying to look for areas in which evidence might be collected?
I would, if I'm doing a reconstruction for one of my scenes, I would have all the evidence collected prior to that. If it's in a car, sometimes I can't find a projectile. When I begin my reconstruction, my trajectory rod will generally lead me to a projectile. And when it does, then we come to a grinding halt, grab the camera.
My trajectory rod leads me to
found,
grinding too.
and,
What a coincidence,
collect what we
buddy.
found, and then continue on with our reconstruction.
So, Sergeant Williams, to explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have one projectile mark in the wall behind you, and you're trying to figure out where in this courtroom you would look for casings or surveillance footage, is that something shooting reconstruction would help with?
It would help with, it would definitely help. But we could also, if it perforated the wall, then we can do a reconstruction. And perforation is all the way through. Penetration, it goes in and it stays.
And in terms of, so we're clear on that, can you do a reconstruction on a penetrating gunshot defect?
No.
What about a perforating one?
Perforating, yes.
Why?
Because we have a second hole. So if we only have one hole, the projectile did not complete its flight path because it was stopped. So because it did not complete the flight path, I cannot tell you the angle or the trajectory that it came in at. But if it perforates it and creates an additional hole, now it has completed a flight path. Even if it goes into a third or fourth target, the initial
Assuming those initial first and
is
second
that
things
actual
didn't move.
flight path or trajectory of that projectile.
And in terms of, you talked about like secondary targets, intermediate targets, is that something you've done, training and experience in looking at when you're doing a shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
For example, glass. Does that have specific properties that you would look for deflection?
So glass, so tempered glass, which is what is in every vehicle, mainly because if you're driving down the road and so a rock comes off the truck and it hits your windshield, you don't want it to shard and stab you in the eye as you're driving down the road. So all of the glass inside an automobile is tempered glass, which means that it goes into little tiny pieces. It also has a piece of plastic or clear plastic in the middle. It's actually two pieces of glass, a piece of plastic in the middle, which keeps it intact. But the tempered glass will create some type of movement to a projectile. Generally, it will cause, depending on the spin of the projectile, so as some barrels of a gun are going to rotate the projectile to the right, and some will rotate it to the left, and some will not rotate it at all. Generally, they're all rotated to the right, so when the projectile enters into the tempered glass, the projectile will tend to go to the right. It won't necessarily alter the trajectory, it's just turning it.
Okay, so this is things that have been documented and studied in the field of shooting reconstruction.
Yes.
In terms of other materials, sheet metal, wood, are these other items that you would look at and determine whether they were involved before you go forth and render an opinion on shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
So going back into, I want to make sure it's clear, how does the discipline of shooting reconstruction differ from firearms and tool marks?
So firearms and tool marks deals with the identification of the internal workings of a firearm and the cartridge cases of the that come out of the firearm and the projectiles that come out of the firearm. They deal with that part, where I will deal with the ballistics part of it, of shooting reconstruction.
So when you say ballistics, do you mean inside the gun or outside the gun?
Outside the gun.
In terms of, can you define what is a terminal ballistics?
Terminal ballistics is the projectile has stopped, and where it stopped is considered terminal.
In terms of this specific case, did you make any promises as to the outcome of your investigation before it started?
No.
What did you say when you were contacted to look at this case?
I said that I'll take a look at it and we'll see what I come up with.
And do you have any sort of fixed determination when you look at any shooting reconstruction?
No.
Do you recall at what point you were first contacted to assist in this case?
I believe it was November of 2020.
Okay. With regards to that, who contacted you?
You know.
Okay. What were you asked to look at and analyze in this case?
I was asked to determine if this shooting incident was a drive-by shooting.
So if there was any other forensic testing that could be done, would you suggest that as well?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
If you could just briefly, were you asked to consult at all with regards to cell phones?
No.
Any sort of location data or anything with regards to the location of an individual?
Location data, no. Location of an individual, yes.
And that's within the car?
Correct.
In terms of, were you asked to consult on any sort of the medical examiner's office findings?
Their findings, their findings are final, but I needed their photographs and their measurements that they conducted. So I did reach out to obtain their reports and their photographs.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the physical evidence that you reviewed. Did you review the car in question in this case?
Yes.
Where was that car being held and stored?
That car is being held at the Broward Sheriff's Office confiscation warehouse.
And if you could explain briefly to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that warehouse looks like on the inside.
It is basically a gigantic warehouse that stores cars that are involved in crime.
In terms of, in this warehouse, are the cars sealed individually in each location?
Yes.
What types of materials are used to prevent cross-contamination from the various cars?
All of the cars are closed. They are sealed with red evidence tape. If windows are missing, plastic goes over them so that nothing can get into the car. The plastic would assume the role of windows so that nothing can get inside.
In terms of the security of that building, is anyone allowed to come go into that building?
Absolutely not.
When you are doing an analysis of this Jeep, this car in this case, how do you do that?
So in this case, I actually had that, the vehicle in question towed from the confiscation warehouse to the crime scene unit, which has a forensic processing garage. And from there, I began my investigation on the vehicle.
The forensic processing garage, where is that located?
What floor are we on?
Fourth floor.
4 floors down.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how the forensic processing garage is outfitted?
So it's outfitted, it actually has a car lift in it so that we can lift the car in the air, look underneath, see if there's anything in there. There's a plasma cutter in there. There's torches in there. Every tool that you can think of that you would find in a mechanic shop, plus more, is available in that garage.
In terms of you mentioned you reviewed some of the medical examiner's information and photographs. What other things did you review in this case?
I reviewed the crime scene photos that were taken by the Miramar Police Department.
And those were provided to you and the medical examiner's office. Any other photos or any other documentation that you reviewed from the Miramar Police Department?
I reviewed the
Hang
crime
tight. I will
scene
be back in a couple of minutes.
From Mr. Kelly.
With regards to the trajectory analysis that was done by the Miramar Police Department, did you review those photographs?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen during what the issue with the string.
So the Miramar Police Department used string with a putty, and they attached the string to the beginning of the projectile hole on the back of the seat of this vehicle. And then they took that string and they brought it back to a big ruler. However, the string.
Sorry, let me interrupt you for just a second. With regards to their attempt to recreate the back glass, what was the purpose of that?
I believe, to determine some type of trajectory.
Is that something that would be useful in this case?
The trajectory would be useful, yes.
But what about trying to recreate that back windshield and the height that a specific projectile would come in?
Yes.
And with the, going forward, you were mentioning, talking about the strings, were they taut in a straight line?
No, the strings actually were sagging, which can cause inaccurate readings.
So in terms of that was the specific issue you took with their trajectory analysis.
Correct.
In terms of the trajectory rods that were placed through the car by the Miramar Police Department, are there any issues or concerns that you could see from the photographs?
Not with the rods.
So in terms of the data that you relied upon, the physical car, how did you process that?
So I actually, once the car got into our garage, I photographed it in place. And then I put on my smart suit and I actually sat in the car.
Okay, in terms of, you said you photographed it. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review the photographs that you took in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to defense counsel and marked for identification as state's quadruple D. Detective Williams, do you recognize this flash drive?
Yes.
How do you recognize that flash drive?
Those are my initials and ID.
Did you have the opportunity to look at the photos on the drive before you came to court?
Yes.
Did they fairly and accurately depict your involvement and role in this investigation?
Yes, they do.
Here at this time, state requesting their state quadruple D in as state 77.
Objection.
No objection in principle. I just need to know the date that relates to.
All of them.
Hello.
All the dates. All the photos on one.
All right, no objection.
It'll be exhibit.
States quadruple D, will be marked states 77.
Okay. So detective, I'm going to start with publishing these, and you took a number of photographs.
Yes.
So I want to start and do them in order by time. So.
Lots of pictures. We've got lots of pictures.
I'm going to start here.
Pictures, pictures, pictures.
You mentioned the blue Smurf suit. So I'm going to start with what's been labeled as CSW 6747. Is this the Smurf suit you were talking about?
Yes,
And is that you in that photograph?
absolutely not.
Absolutely
I
not.
won't tell him you said that. So I want to go forward here to 6762. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at in this photo?
So this is inside our processing garage. This is the vehicle in question, and these are trajectory rods that have been inserted into the vehicle to terminal points.
What is the purpose of putting in these trajectory rods and photographing them?
The purpose of putting them in is, number one, to create a trajectory. Number two, the picture is for demonstrative purposes to show where the projectiles, how the projectiles entered into the vehicle. They don't necessarily just where the ends of the projectiles are. Do not necessarily reflect where a shooter was standing. However, they just reflect where the trajectory or the angle into the vehicle is.
Okay, so we talked about angle, so I want to make sure that we can understand that. Are you taking angle measurements from these trajectory rods?
So what I'm doing is I'm creating a right triangle with geometry with these trajectory rods in order to obtain an angle. Some people will use a protractor to do that. However,
It's been a while since geometry. Explain what a protractor is, please.
so the protractor is always flat on one end and it has a half moon on the other. May I stand?
Please, if you would, yes.
So if you use a protractor, and obviously a vehicle is angled, it's aerodynamic, so some of it comes out like this, some cars like that. If you use a protractor, and obviously a protractor has to be flat, you're going to get an incorrect angle. So I use geometry to create a right triangle, which would then give me the actual angle of each site mark.
So, Sergeant, are you telling me that you use the Pythagorean theorem in your day-to-day work?
What?
Yes.
I think my own apologies to my high school geometry. Okay, so talking about
I don't know what she just said, but she did not say Pythagorean theorem. What did she say? I want to hear her mispronounce Pythagoras' theorem incorrectly. Sorry, it's really not worth making a buffer like this. I apologize, but I just want to hear. She pronounced it correctly. It sounded like she pronounced it incorrectly to me, but maybe it's just because I hate her voice.
Maybe the actual angle of each site mark.
So, Sergeant, are you telling me that you use the Pythagorean theorem in your day-to-day work?
I just heard Pythagorean. I guess she probably did. Sorry, prosecutor.
So, talking about that, is that a squared plus b squared equals c squared?
Yes.
And what does that tell you?
That tells me an angle. So obviously you have, it has to equal 180 degrees. We start off always at 90, and then we would work our way to determining that angle.
Are you looking at more than one angle on each of these particular entrance defects?
There are different angles for each site mark.
Are you looking at the vertical angle?
These are all going to be horizontal angles.
Okay. And when you say we're using...
I'm sorry, vertical angles, yes.
And so we're using a poster board and a knitting needle help demonstrate the different types of angles that you're measuring on that.
A knitting angle, needle?
So ahead.
Okay, yeah, that'll work.
Okay. Here, I would say would be using a demonstrative exhibit here.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness is using a demonstrative exhibit to assist in explaining and illustrating his testimony. The evidence is the testimony of the witness. The demonstratives, unless they are later received in evidence, are not in evidence and do not go back to the jury room during your deliberations.
Okay, so joint counsel has been marked as A, B, and C. If you need to move on. Facing out. So starting with what this demonstrative is on strike mark A. If you to illustrate, and you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you would insert a trajectory rod if you were trying to do the trajectory of strike mark A, and we're going to hold it at a 90-degree angle.
So naturally, just to put a disclaimer here, this is only one hole. So I would need a second hole to complete this.
I hear you, brother. You need a second hole to complete.
You would start with inserting the trajectory rod, and you would follow. You don't just shove it in. You actually gently follow the flight path of the projectile until it reaches terminal, and then you stop.
So if you could explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you're looking at the vertical angle, what part of it are you measuring?
So
I do
would
not
measure
know.
from
Jim
the
Satala
ground
asked the same question.
to
I
the
wasn't
actual
there. I
strike
don't
mark.
know.
That would be a measurement that I would need. The ground to the tip of the rod, and then the length of the rod that is sticking out from the projectile hole. That all gets put into fancy math, and it produces an angle.
And so the angle that you are measuring, if you could show with your finger, what angle you're trying to figure out.
Trying to get the trajectory angle, the flight path of the
Yes.
projectile.
Please use your finger to show us the second hole.
That's
where
going
you
to be
complete.
from top to bottom.
So that on strike mark A, does this illustrate correctly 90 degrees?
Yes,
Okay, moving on to strike mark B here. Would you use the same math on this particular type of trajectory entrance or exit?
yes.
Okay, and so when you're talking about the vertical angle here, what area are you looking at measuring?
The same one. So we'll go from the ground to the strike mark, the ground to the tip of the rod, and then from the strike mark entry to the end of the rod for the length of the rod.
And in terms of the side-to-side angle, or azimuth, as it's sometimes referred to, is this again at a 90 degrees to the side of this piece of poster board?
Yes.
Moving on to strike mark C. How would you do the same trajectory analysis on strike mark C?
Strike mark C would be very similar with we would want to know that the entrance or the ground to the strike mark, the ground to the tip of the rod, but then we would have to get a horizontal distance and use the, I'm trying to remember off my head.
That was fast.
The side of the wall to the tip of the rod.
So you're then getting the azimuth or the entry angle on the
Correct.
side to side.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the math and everything else, you're making the same right triangle every time.
Yes.
So what you're doing with these trajectory rods, is this repeatable?
Yes.
Can someone come back and check your work?
Yes.
In terms of the projectiles in this case, what was your goal when you started doing these trajectory rods?
The goal was the request, which was to determine if this was a drive-by shooting.
Okay. With the perforations or defects in the car, are you matching them up with any and all recovered projectiles?
Yes.
So I
That
want to
looked
go
awesome.
in terms of, you mentioned that
Just
there
struggling
was,
through
if you found a
on
projectile
our way to
or you
lunch.
thought there should be a projectile somewhere, you would stop and look for it.
Yes,
Can you explain if that happened in this case?
it did.
Okay, and so I want to go forward and go to some of your photos from the recovery of projectiles. Did you recover projectiles in this case?
2 projectiles were recovered from this vehicle.
And where were they recovered from?
The first projectile was recovered from underneath the back seat,
Okay.
and the second projectile was recovered on the passenger side.
Chandler is having a
Interior
migraine episode. She texted me and
Okay,
said
so
she's
I'm
not
going
going to be able
forward
to
and
make
show
it.
the jury what's been labeled as CSW
So all you have is
677.
me.
What are we looking at here in this photo?
May I stand?
Please. And there's actually a red rod right next to you that you want to point at that.
Right here is a projectile. Right here. That was recovered from the seat. So the seat was actually lifted up, and that projectile was recovered from underneath the seat.
And so when you're saying underneath the seat, what seat are you talking about?
The back seat.
Did you have to remove the seat to get to that projectile?
I did.
Okay, and then CSW 6778. Is that another view of that same projectile?
Correct.
So you mentioned there was an additional projectile recovered from this car, and you said the B pillar?
The passenger side B pillar interior.
And so if you could orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in what we're looking at in photo CSW 6772.
You don't orient it, that's racist. You Asian
This
it.
is
Come
the
on,
passenger
people.
side interior B pillar.
Okay, and so if you could explain where the front seat passenger would be in relation to this photo. Great.
Can you blow it up?
Actually,
guess
Detective,
not.
or
Okay.
Sergeant, sorry, I think the council needs to approach.
We need a short recess, ladies and gentlemen.
Short recess. I'm all for short recesses. I'd like a long recess so we can catch up. All right. Well, we're only an hour behind and at 1.25 speed. Do some trigonometry and so use your compass to figure out how long it'll take us to catch up. But I'm guessing about 45 or 50 minutes. Let's see. We currently have 621 viewers and 673 likes. Now we're getting to the good part of the trial. We're getting to actual physical evidence. So this is where things may become a little more interesting, both for the prosecution and for the defense. But let's power on through lunch. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. We haven't checked for quite some time, but we have our like and subscribe poll, so please smash the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so, and if you have already done so, please just double check to make sure you are still subscribed to this channel, because that's what I need. I need your subscriptions. And then come over and take our like and subscribe poll. Today's like and subscribe poll is hit that like and subscribe buttons and vote on the trial theme song. What is the trial theme song? 6% of you said, I am an innocent man. 14% of you said, shot, shots, everybody. And 31% of you said, wasn't me. And 49% of you said, let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. That's our chat poll for the day. So far, the let the bodies hit the floor is, of course, as the song is actually called, just bodies, but that would be weird if I just put bodies up there. Yeah, so that's the theme song so far for the day. And it looks like that's going to take the day because distant second is 31%. All right, that's out of the way. Hit the like and subscribe. Don't forget to do that. And come back later. If you're, for some reason, you've been watching this for 3.5 hours on replay, don't forget to hit the like button, and you can leave a super chat if you're so inclined. Thanks, everybody. Let's get right back into this. As they whisper at each other, literally behind his back. What's he doing? He's going to start slobbering on the desk. Come on. Wake up, dude. All right, we didn't let it buffer enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, our witness, Sergeant Williams remains on stand.
Pants on the ground, pants on the ground. Looking like a fool with your pants on the ground. Good old ancient American Idol throwback there.
What were you documenting?
This is documenting the vehicle as it initially came to me, with the plastic wrap around the window that was broken out, and showing the tag as well. Okay, and is this the vehicle that you did the analysis on? Yes. And what tag from the state of Florida was assigned? That is the tag IEKD22.
Excuse me, can we get the date? I did not recall the date.
Sure, no, Detective, or Sergeant, were these photos from the initial evaluation of the Jeep?
December 17th, 2021.
And so based on that, when was the initial date you were contacted by myself to review this?
November 16, 2021.
Okay. So if there's anything you need to refer to your report, just let
Oh, Ting Ting's leaving us. Oh, man, what will you do in chat?
So,
Ting Ting is no longer here to sim for.
17th,
Ting Ting is
2021,
probably a 50-year-old overweight man like myself.
Yes.
But
Okay. And did you document the evidence taken in
Just
the fields on this car?
I have no idea, but see you,
Going
Ting Ting.
on
Come
to the
back
side
soon.
view of the vehicle.
Pleasure having
What
you.
are we looking at here?
We are
This is
looking like
the-
every Jeep in my
This is the
hometown. That's
side
what we're
vehicle
looking at.
that has defects in it, and
I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Are these letters things you put on there?
these letters were placed by the Miramar Police Department.
When you continued with your trajectory and shooting reconstruction, did you maintain the same letters when referring to the various defects?
I assume these letters.
Okay. And so if we can just describe for the record the locations of each of these letters on this vehicle, starting with I.
I would be in the passenger side rear.
This literally
door
does
panel,
look like half of the
exterior
vehicles in my
panel.
hometown.
J.
Same,
K,
same,
L,
same,
M.
same.
Okay, moving on to N, O, and P.
These projectiles site marks are on the passenger side front door exterior.
And again, in this next photo, what are you documenting?
These are the seals.
So going around to the seals have now been broken.
Nah, I just grew up in Hicktown where nobody replaced broken windows. Well, they replaced them just with the
driver's side
heavy-duty plastic.
Door that is ajar with a photograph showing the door ajar and the compartment area of that passenger side.
Okay. So in continuing, down here in the floor, there's another object with a blue piece of foam in it. What is that?
That would be the glove box of the vehicle.
Why is the glove box in the back seat?
Good question.
The glove box had to be removed to remove the infotainment center of the vehicle.
And in terms of on the far side door, that doesn't look like the inside of any car door I've seen. Why is there pieces of it missing?
Can you say?
Sure. So all the black plastic's been removed?
Correct. So that was removed for a footwear examination that was done on the vehicle.
There's some gray substance here. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happens to blood after it sits for 5 years?
Blood begins to break down after time, and actually it has bacteria, or if you will, as organisms that begin to break it down. DNA is in there, obviously, so that it actually begins to eat itself, if you will, and that's essentially what is left behind.
And so going forward now through the photographs, I want to get to some of the ones with the individuals in the Tyvek Smurf suits. Starting here on 4851. What are you documenting in this particular image?
This is a photograph of the rear compartment or the back seat of the Jeep Compass, and it has a tape measure in it, and it's documenting the inside width of the vehicle.
Okay. And what was the inside width at shoulder height of the vehicle?
51 inches.
Why do you measure and document all of these measurements on the Jeep?
Well, this is a unique case because you have a shooting incident that occurred inside a vehicle. And because it did, we can use these measurements to determine particular investigative leads, such as where a shooter could be and a distance of the end of the barrel of the firearm. So because it's a compartmentalized area, unlike being out in the open field where we have so many variables, the variables are severely limited because it's inside a compartmentalized area.
And so we'll get into why you can make that determination in just a little bit. I want to start in terms of the angles of impact for each of the strike marks on the outside of the car and on the back of the rear passenger seats. Did you do the angles of impact on each of those?
Yes.
Okay. So after
No,
the measurements in terms
they
of the
wouldn't
seats
object. I
as
mean,
well,
that's what he's here. He's here as an
documenting this
expert
photo,
to give his
CSW
opinion on what
4855.
happened, and that's his opinion.
That would be the distance from the back seat back, if you will, where you put your back, to the back of the front seat.
And what was that distance determined to be?
39 inches.
Mm.
And what are you showing in this photo?
That would be the other end of the tape measure.
So I want to go here on the ceiling, S1 with the arrow pointed to a cutout. Was that also related to a patent or a footwear impression?
Yes, so that cutout, prior to that cutout in the headliner, there was a footwear impression on the headliner that was examined.
Okay, in terms of this measurement here, what are you showing the distance from?
Showing the distance from the passenger, from the driver's side rear passenger seat back to the passenger front seat, front of the
Is that the headrest?
headrest, yeah.
Okay. And then do you determine that measurement as well to the bottom of the seat?
Yes,
And what was that measurement?
39 inches,
And on the previous measurement, it was a similar?
39 inches.
So in terms of going forward in the reconstruction process, once you have put in all the trajectory rods and gotten the angles, what's the next step that you need to do?
From here, I continued my analysis of the vehicle. Because of the fact that I found the two projectiles, I wanted to ensure that anything else relevant to the investigation was collected. So I examined the vehicle further.
Okay, so in the showing defense counsel, what's been marked as states quadruple E for identification purposes only. Do you recognize exhibits in states quadruple E?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
That is my handwriting and my name on it, and it is sealed with red evidence tape with my initials and ID.
Did you collect those items?
I did.
What are they?
These are two projectiles that were recovered from the vehicle.
And are those the two that we viewed previously in the photographs?
We've only reviewed one in the photograph.
Just the one in the back, and then the other one you mentioned was recovered from what location?
From the driver's side, passenger side B pillar
And if
interior.
you show in this photo that's up here, and you can touch the screen in front of you as well, and it will put a little arrow.
Touch
So where is the
it,
passenger
touch
side?
it.
And are those projectiles in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Okay. They are.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple E in as 78.
Any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple E will be marked states number 78.
So you mentioned that you did some additional searching on the car once you realized that there was other projectiles in there. Did you find any other items of evidentiary value?
I did.
And what would that be?
I observed what appeared to be blowback on the headliner of the vehicle.
And so if you could explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is the headliner on the vehicle?
It is above your head as you're seating in the car. It actually just is there for cosmetic purposes, so you don't see your roof.
So showing defense counsel what's been previously identified as the triple T. Sergeant, do you recognize state what's been marked identification as state's triple T?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is my handwriting, my name. It is sealed with red evidence tape with my initials and ID.
And what is that item?
This would be the headliner with the blowback on it that I cut out.
And do you recall on what date you cut that out?
That was cut out on December, may I just look at
Or is it reflected on the packaging? in
Oh,
any
yes, 12/17 of 21.
And is that in the same, essentially same condition as when you recovered it?
Mayor,
Please.
It's pronounced Demons, but it's spelled like that.
Gloves there if you need them.
yes, it is, minus the testing that I did, a cutting, and a cutting that the lab did.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states triple T in as state 79.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It will be admitted.
And Detective, I'm going to ask you to publish this particular item to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
States
Puts on the gloves or he
states
gets the
79.
hose again. on earth?
And detective, if you could hold it up and show the back of it as well, and then indicate which part went to the front of the vehicle.
Do you have the picture of the headliner?
Sure. I'm sorry. Would this photo help in assisting you in the location?
And I object to the leading nature of
this picture.
Will this assist you? Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
It would be.
We have a Chandler sighting.
So if the vehicle is facing this way, it would be this way.
Okay, and you show the ladies and gentlemen the jury the back of it so that it understands. Okay.
What's up, Behandler?
And in
Get better
terms of
soon.
What are you looking at on that piece of headliner? What does it show?
So it shows blood, and it also shows the directionality of the blood.
Okay. And if you could show on the picture that's in front of you on the screen, what your area of the car you're talking about.
Is it okay to put this away?
Please, yes.
Yeah, that's some brain juice. That's some brain water there on that chair. Okay. Now this is using this picture is a good thing to do here. Got a couple of chats here. Durna 1804 says, Captain Hefflin, so basically they're arguing that since the vehicle was not traveling when shot, based on the shape of the holes, the stippling while the windows were down, this was a setup. Close, but no cigar. What the prosecution is arguing is that, especially given this most recent thing we're looking at here, with the trajectory of one of the bullets, it was shot from the rear passenger seat. The rear driver's side passenger seat of the Jeep. So they're saying this is the trajectory the bullets took. And they're saying that the trigger person was the defendant because there's video showing the defendant getting into the rear driver's side passenger seat. So getting into the seat behind the driver. The prosecution's theory is he blasted these two guys, 2 headshots, took them both out with headshots. Then there was an hour and 15 minutes between the time of the shooting and the time they went to the hospital. So the prosecution is saying that he blasted them both with a headshot. They went to an abandoned cul-de-sac somewhere. They shot up the side of the car to make it look as if it were a drive-by shooting. So that's what they're doing here. Plus your mom asked, where was the other guy sitting? Both of the victims were in the passenger seat, the front passenger seat and the rear passenger seat. And they were both reportedly, and from what the evidence has shown here, were killed by 2 shots inside the vehicle from the left side of their body, exiting out of the right. And then they parked somewhere and they staged a drive-by shooting, which is why that there are several bullet holes in both of them from the right side, but there's no bleeding associated with those holes because he was already dead when they were shot, is what the prosecution is arguing. And frankly, this is some really, really, really bad testimony for the defense. Eric Folmes is saying, wait, so there was a drive-by and the driver and Melly didn't get hit? Well, the defense is saying that Melly was not in the vehicle at the time the shootings occurred. And I guess the driver just got lucky. So yeah, they're saying that he apparently got out somewhere and someone else got in that shot them and then disappeared. Yeah, the defense, their position is he was not in the vehicle at the time of the shooting because he dropped a pin location a while later and said, hey, come and pick me up. So that's kind of where we are. And this is really, really bad testimony for the defense. Because it seems to put the defendant right there. yes, you could say, I mean, is it really reasonable to say that they took an hour and 15 minutes after a random drive-by shooting to get to the hospital? And during that time, Melly would have had to have gotten out of the vehicle. They would have had to pick someone else up who shot them. And then that person had to disappear before they got to the hospital. That doesn't really seem reasonable. What kind of car was it? A nightclub? It was a Jeep. I can't remember what model of Jeep it was, but it was an old cheap one. It was his mother's, I believe. All right. Well, absent any more basic questions like that, we'll jump back into this and see if any of this gets cleared up. We gotta burn through this fast because I am starting to fade, and we've still got like an hour to go or more. I honestly, right now, I do not know if we're gonna be able to finish the morning session today. I'm starting to fade a little bit here. It's 1 a.m. and I don't know, I had a rough day. But we don't care about that. I'm here to entertain, not whine and bitch and moan about my day. So, right. They're having a sidebar here.
So in terms of the image that we're looking at here, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that blowback pattern was?
It would be in. Survey.
Yes, it was a compass.
Would you like to draw?
That's what it was. It was a Jeep compass. But this is actually some really good evidence, and it's really, really damning to the defense.
Right. It's a little bigger than I drew, but it's in this general area right here.
Okay. In terms of the information about that DNA, why is it important to know whose DNA that is?
Well, it's unusual to have the blowback on the headliner, so of course, and for this shooting incident, we would want to identify where that blood came from. So that's why it was sent to the lab to determine whose blood it was.
And was that determination made?
It was.
And whose blood was that?
That was the front seat passenger's blood.
The in terms of the location and the pattern, what does that tell you about the orientation of the front seat passenger's head at the time of shooting? The front seat passenger's head was actually down, almost as if he was sleeping. So it was down, leaning on the right, at an angle. So his head was at an angle as he was seated in that front seat. Would a demonstrative of the head help illustrate that point?
Oh, yes. Let's bring back Kyle.
Sure.
Kyle the head.
I'm showing, was previously shown to the defense counsel, and used as a witness gets labeled as EMEO 18-3118 by Dr. McDougall.
Sure. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the witness will be using a demonstrative to assist him in explaining or illustrating his testimony. Just remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. These demonstrative aids are not to be considered as evidence unless they're later received in evidence. Only items of evidence go back with you during deliberations for your further examination. Right.
So Sergeant Williams, Dr. McDougall indicated on that particular head that entrance and exit wounds on that. Is that consistent with your review of the autopsy photographs and crime scene photographs in this case?
It is.
And based on your analysis of this vehicle, did you find any projectiles anywhere in the headliner?
No.
Did you find any projectiles in the top portion of the vehicle on the passenger side?
No.
What about the A pillar?
No.
Was there any projectiles in the front windshield?
No.
Based on your training and experience, can you state where the exit wound of that head had to have gone through, where that projectile would have had to have exited that vehicle?
It would have exited through the front passenger window.
How can you say that?
Number one, there's no glass there. However, most importantly, is the projectile entered in the back of his skull and exited through the front of his skull with his head at a resting angle. So, can I get up?
Please, that would help me assist you, Joey.
I don't know.
So this
Can
resting
you?
angle
in this seat. You have the projectile coming in, exiting through the top of the skull, and then continuing through the windshield.
You said windshield.
Or, I'm sorry, the window.
Can you say that it was at the top of the window, or the bottom of the window, the middle of the window?
I cannot.
So based on that projectile and the blowback, you can make what opinions?
So based on the angle of this this projectile, the blowback is indicative of a firearm being in close vicinity of the head. The head is something that bleeds profusely when it's pierced. If you've ever fallen on stairs or hit your head, it bleeds like no tomorrow. And because
bleeds like no tomorrow, is that a
right below the
technical
skull,
term?
The blowback ended up coming in the direction of, as I was speaking earlier about the hose, in the direction that it came from. And you will get that with a very close shot. That blowback then proceeded after the shot. It went up, it hit this headliner and continued and falling into the back seat.
And so I want to go to some of the other photos. There's a yellow jacket that's on the very back of the vehicle. Is it important to know whose DNA and blood was found on that?
What yellow jacket?
Let me come back to that, the other photos, so we'll come back to that in a moment. Okay, so in terms of the location of the firearm that fired the shot, and we were just talking about in CSW 6745, does this attempt to accurately recreate the potential location of that firearm?
So the purpose of this photograph is strictly demonstrative to show where once the projectile enters into the head, you're going to have the blowback, which again will come up, strike the headliner, and then continue. It's actually continuing this way and landing back here behind the driver in this area of the vehicle.
In terms of the driver and the t-shirt that he was wearing, do you take into account the location of the victim's DNA on his shirt?
Well, based upon the blowback pattern up here, I would expect to find some blowback here if on a driver, if a driver was there.
So would you expect to find the DNA of Anthony Williams on the front of the driver's shirt?
Yes.
Okay. And were you made aware that that is the results that were in this case?
Later on, yes.
And in terms of how does that help with a check and balance on your work?
So that confirms my analysis with the blowback, that the blowback came back, went, like I said, went up. It's going to fall here, and then it's going to continue to fall into this back seat.
Okay, so I want to move on again, and you talked about like a wound that was close. Do you look for things like stippling in photographs?
Yes, so we'll look for stippling, and that's also referred to as tattooing.
Okay, and did you notice any of that powder tattooing in the photographs of the deceased Anthony Williams?
Yes, there was some there, however.
I think they should take this this evidence. Now they're not talking about anything that's going on in this picture. I think they need to take this down. Nobody's noticing this.
Due to the fact that Anthony Williams has an intermediate object, i.e. the head back. What is that called?
Headrest.
The
Is that the
headrest.
word you're looking for? Okay.
Due to the headrest being there, that's an intermediate item. So the projectile was able to go into the into Anthony Williams. However, whenever you fire a gun, you have gunshot residue that's going to come out of the barrel and out of the ejection port. In this case, because of the position of Mr. Williams's head and the intermediate object of the headrest assumed most of the GSR, the gunshot residue, and then only some of it went into Mr. Williams.
Without a pattern, can you give any sort of a range of distance?
No, I cannot.
So, do you also look at ejection patterns for casings?
You can look at ejection patterns. I generally don't because it is a very
my understanding is he
strong
wasn't
variable. Semi-automatic firearms have springs, and depending on the age of the firearm, the springs will start to wear. The way the firearm is held will dictate where the cartridge is ejected. The spring will determine where the cartridge
So if you hold it
is ejected,
sideways,
if
it
there's
will
wind,
eject and
and
bounce
that will
off the
have an
ceiling
effect.
and fall back
So
where you were sitting.
It's not necessarily going to help with determining where, just doing any analysis on any ejection or any ejection analysis from a firearm.
In terms of an enclosed space such as this, does that also make a difference?
It would, well, I would expect the cartridge to remain into the vehicle, and that's all I would expect for this.
In terms of the angle of the entry without the actual body, can you do that?
No,
Is it common practice to take a body and put it back in the car after autopsy?
it is not. However, it can be done if the body was in place upon scene. We can make a preliminary analysis there. I don't believe the Miramar Police Department had that opportunity. These individuals were brought right into the hospital, so that opportunity was lost.
Okay. In terms of the firearm itself, were you ever presented with a firearm that was said to be the one used in this case?
No.
So, we talked about that better. On the medical examiner's report, did you review the medical examiner's report for the backseat passenger, Christopher Thomas?
I did.
Who was it that noticed?
Seriously, if I was to do something like this, I would use a revolver.
I noticed that.
And what did you do when you realized that there was an issue or concern with the report?
I notified you that there was an issue, that a defect in Mr. Thomas was labeled twice.
Okay. And so what, after that was done, did you look through the photos from the hospital?
I did, because I observed that Mr. Thomas had a defect on his right quadricep area, the upper part of his leg, that came from the door, and it entered into the seat. And when I was looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. Thomas, I would expect to find an exit wound from the medical examiner's office, and they did not have a picture to produce that, and it wasn't annotated in their report. So again, I notified you of this discrepancy as well.
And in terms of, were you able to figure out and determine which projectile caused that specific injury based on your reconstruction?
I was.
So we talked a little bit about the shots to Anthony Williams. I'm going to move on and talk to any of the injuries to Christopher Thomas. What did you look at and review in trying to establish a shooting reconstruction of the injuries to Mr. Thomas?
So the rods from the rear of the vehicle, Mr. Thomas assumed most of his injuries from the rear of the vehicle. I believe 5 projectiles entered him from the rear of the vehicle. 1 projectile entered him on his quadricep, right quadricep. Okay. And I believe 2 projectiles entered him on his foot. And that's going from memory, right? These autopsy photos, or?
So I'm going to come here to 6754, your photograph on that.
Okay, so these are the terminal points from the rear of the vehicle. Mr. Thomas is seated in this position, and of the 6 rounds that went into the seat, Mr. Thomas assumed 5 of them.
Oh.
And it is a very similar pattern in Mr. Thomas's back. It may not look like it lines up correctly, however.
Let me interrupt you just there for a second before we go. On the top photograph that is labeled and marked as H, did that wound intersect anyway with the body of Christopher Thomas?
No.
Where was that projectile or defect later found?
That projectile perforated that headrest and continued to go forward in the vehicle and ended up striking Mr. Williams and I believe his back.
Okay. So I want to go forward on the back of the car. You take this picture, CSW_6760. What are you showing with this particular photograph?
So these are the trajectory rods that have entered into the vehicle. They are not exactly at the correct angle. The reason being, obviously, there's no glass. So they perforated the glass first, and then they made a secondary perforation into the seats. So that's why they're not exactly level.
So, Sergeant, are you saying that the end of these rods is where those shots were fired from?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm missing the glass. So the glass would, obviously, if I can take a rod and put it through the glass and then into the terminal point, I would be able to obtain
we are currently just about 45 minutes away from lunch hour, and I must admit, I got to tap out. I'm done. I'm exhausted. Had a super, super long day and not much sleep last night, obviously. And I'm just fading. I deeply, deeply apologize, but yeah, we're gonna have to call this a day. I'll get a good night's sleep. We'll do some R&R tomorrow. We'll take it easy, and we'll do an extra long stream tomorrow to catch up on the rest of the morning, the afternoon, and then the morning tomorrow. But I do apologize. I'm just kind of I'm about 5 minutes away from falling asleep on my ass here. So again, sorry about that. This is actually very important testimony, and I do want to just look at it, be a little bit fresh, and not just zombie out during this. Yeah, we'll catch it tomorrow. We'll do a super long stream tomorrow, I hope. We'll see. But there's only one more day of testimony. They only do court Monday through Thursday. They do not have court on Friday because the judge does other cases on Friday. So we'll have the entire weekend to catch up. Probably late Sunday night is when. Late Saturday night, I have no idea. I've got so much stuff going on this weekend. We'll work it out. I promise. We'll get there somehow. But yeah, I do deeply, deeply apologize. Sorry for letting everybody down here that we can't just power through this last 45 minutes. This here may be from what we just heard, this witness is likely to be the pivotal witness in this case. We've heard some stuff, and he's getting some very, very important location details, angles, where the bullets were fired from, what happened. So I want to be fresh for this. Yeah, I am on a wall, but we do have a couple of other things I wanted to mention here. Composer C says, you can say it's a setup until the cows come home. They need to connect Melly to the crime. They kind of have connected him to this. And I think this is why this witness is so important. He's saying, based on the trajectory, the shots came from the rear passenger's side on the driver's side. So from the seat behind the driver. And the previous witness said that things came in through the left side of them and went out of the right side of them. And they're stippling. So they're saying that there's evidence this happened inside the van, inside the Jeep. It was close quarters, and the trajectory of the projectiles were from the rear driver's side seat. And there's video showing Melly getting into the rear driver's side seat shortly before the shootings occurred. And then they're saying that after the murders, they drove around for a bit, found a secluded place, and faked the drive-by, which is why, although bullets entered, and they said it appeared to be from a stationary vehicle, it entered a stationary vehicle, pierced the right side of the two guys that were dead, but there was no bleeding from their right side, meaning that they were dead long before the bullets were fired through the right side of the vehicle. The prosecution has done a pretty good job of establishing this to the point. Oh yeah, definitely an execution. That's what the prosecution is saying. So yeah, they sort of kind of have connected Melly to the crime at this point. It's just how well have they connected him? How well have they connected him? Beyond a reasonable doubt? For me, literally the only doubt left is that at some point he got out of the vehicle after they left the recording studio. Some rando third person got in, or fifth person or whatever. Somebody else gets in the vehicle, shoots them both from inside the vehicle, and gets out and disappears before they go to the hospital. Because there was an hour and 15 minutes between the time the shooting occurred and arriving at the hospital. And I mean, that's a stretch. I don't know if that's reasonable. That's pretty close to the line. And if there's more evidence tying him to it, I think he's done. Esprit Flex says, and civilian Hummers are all trash. Legal Vices story. I almost bought the original Hummer when it came out. It wasn't the Hummer 2. It was the original Hummer, but by the time I got around to thinking about whether I wanted to buy it or not, they had ripped the diesel engines out and put a pussy-ass gasoline engine in it. So you are absolutely correct. Civilian Hummers are all trash, and they were all trash the moment they ripped the diesel engine out and didn't put in a 50 caliber machine gun mount on top. And finally, Crypto Begin says, Nail omnen kachi pigo isla. This is literally gibberish. Whatever translation you used, translation software you used to translate this did a remarkably horrible job. The first word is tomorrow. Nail is tomorrow. Omnen, that word does not actually exist. Kachi is together. Pigo. I mean, I guess you could argue that like pico means defendant, or it could be like misspelling of tired. Crypto Begin, I have no idea what you're saying. If in the next few seconds, if you put what you actually meant to say in chat, I can translate it for you correctly. Agony Goose says, I didn't know you spoke Korean. I've been here 35 years. I've lived in Korea way long, almost twice as long in Korea as I lived in the States. I've been here it'll be 35 years on September 21st. We'll have a Korea anniversary stream. So yeah, that's if you're still here. This was about 12 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. Don't know what you were saying. It's like something about tomorrow and either being tired or a defendant. One of the two. All right. Well, as we wrap that up, hopefully the clarification will come in before we shut this down. But we'll see. Right. Tomorrow, we will start at 9 p.m. Korea time, which is 8 a.m. Eastern. We'll do an hour. We'll do an hour of O.J. Simpson. Then we'll start this at 10. We'll finish up the morning session, the afternoon session, and try to get through the morning session of tomorrow. And then we'll somehow work it out over the weekend. And Maritime Monday next week. That'll catch us up. Next Friday is my birthday stream. And then the following Friday will be the F It Friday stream. So 2 awesome Friday streams in a row. And dang, we didn't get what that message was supposed to be before I left. All right, everybody. We're going to pull the ripcord and bail on this. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, not here. Mods, thank you so much for putting up with the shenanigans tonight. Chat, thank you for being here. We're down to 470 people, 722 likes. Thanks, everybody. Hit that like and subscribe on your way out. Give our mods a super special thanks. All of the mods are so gracious that donating their time, helping us out here, and bearing with all of us and putting up with all of our stuff, especially mine. The Vice Rex, the Vice Squad, Legal Vices chat is the best chat on YouTube. Thank you to everyone that participated in the chat. Thank you to everyone that was very generous with super chats this evening. Take care, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow for O.J. Simpson and then this. We're going to be redirected to MLS Law right now. Give him a super, super shout out. Tell him the Legal Vices Jeff sent him. And everyone, have a great night. We will see you tomorrow. Take care. And whatever you do, wherever you do it, whoever you do it with, however good it feels, and how many times you plan on doing it, make sure you thoroughly enjoy your legal vices. Lorax out.